They didn't know, Kev. They only saw Eugene, CJ, and Dongalord hiding behind the house, waiting patiently. If that 4005 can blow up Rainbow in one shot.
Oh, great trades coming forward, though, from the Bulldogs. You can see how much HP has been bled out, and now Madhouse can come into the equation.
JS now one shot away from getting rid of Boomoff. What a tracking shot. And now they'll be able to continue this train rolling. Just look at all these tanks coming around the corner. Time to find out how this is going to work out for Panthers, because they need to start putting some of that damage back onto speed. Oh my word. Inevitably, Knight dies to 2 Batchat. That's just a given. But it's a question of how much damage comes through. Oh, never mind. It's just 1 Batchat now. Great shot. He's the one that's being more mobile. He's the one that's trying to look for this engagement.
Yes.
He hits the shot.
Hello and welcome. It's ANZ PL Week 4 5v5 tanks action in the ANZ region. My name is Ben, joined by Kev and Jordan once again. I hope you're enjoying your Friday. Those of you in Victoria apparently get a public holiday or something absurd. Grand final weekend. I don't know what is going on down there because grand finals aren't for like another month. We're only into week 4. Don't know why there's a week 4 holiday, Jordan, but look, I guess they'll take it, right? A holiday to celebrate week 4 of tanks.
Yeah, I think that's probably what I'm more interested in out of, what's coming up over the next couple of days. But yeah, I mean, week 4, it's about halfway point of the season. So this is where we really start to get stuck into some of the more important matches, the ones where we can actually start to decide and have a bit of a look at maybe the teams that are going to be making it into the top 4 and maybe the ones that are going to be missing out.
Yeah, that's kind of it, right, Kev? Every week I'm like, we're getting closer to when it really matters and you really got to get a wriggle on. And I probably did this same little stupid voice spiel last week, but by the end of week 4, you're over halfway through. You're running out of games, right? This is really starting to get to a point where teams will potentially find themselves unable to make it through to the top 4 if they don't have a very good second half of the season.
Absolutely, and I'd have to say that with some of these teams placing quite high on the leaderboard at this stage, you can't really leave it to the last 3 weeks. Obviously, with the changes to the tiebreaker system, you could gamble a little bit more on the fact that maybe you could draw out a couple more let's 2-2s and kind of maybe sneak your way to the finals. Not going to be so much the case this time around. You have to get those points across the board. If you lose a series, you get no points. And when you're looking at a team that's picking up 3 points, 6 points, 2 points consistently, it becomes so much harder to chase up and get there at the end of the day.
Yeah, you're 100% right. Every season up until now, it's kind of been like so many draws where teams have maybe not performed as well as they needed to, but still been in with a shot because of those draws they've had. No draws in Season 3, and I think we've been better for it. So let's go and take a look at our results from last week. We can get a kind of a feel for how it all played out. We were hyping up this Archers versus Bulldogs game as one of the games to watch last week, John, and to be honest, I don't think it disappointed.
Yeah, definitely delivered. Obviously, a bit disappointing for Archers not to be able to come away with the win there. I think that series was very winnable for both of those two teams, but Bulldogs are the ones that walk away with the lion's share of the points, and they sort of sit squarely atop the standings as a result. Skorpions got the better of Matildas. I mean, not much to really touch on there. I think Matildas have still looked in all sorts coming into this season. They haven't really found their footing just yet, so hopefully that comes this week. Perth Panthers and Christchurch Conquerors, I mean, toward the bottom end of the standings, right? This was a big match. Get off that wooden spoon prize kind of a position, and Panthers were able to do that. And then, obviously, the final match of last week, which was the banger, the big one, which was completely unexpected. We did not think that was going to be the big match of the week, but it turned out to be. Great stuff from Adelaide Action X as they got the victory in the tiebreaker against the Sentinels.
Yeah, I think that was the most unexpected of what we saw last week, and kind of throws a spanner in the works, but it's a good spanner, Kev, because if we go to the leaderboard after the end of week 3, we can really start to see here there are a lot of teams in contention.
Yeah, I mean, it's kind of the case of, I'd say a lot of teams still in contention, but I also have to say it's also very, very unlikely some of the teams are in with a huge shot, right? You're looking at the difference in points at the moment. You're looking at the difference in the series. Sure, it's only been 3 weeks, and obviously 4 weeks can make the difference at the end of the day. But I don't even know. It's always I feel like we're always going to repeat the same thing until we get to the second last week of the finals, when then we actually can make a huge assumption on which teams can actually make it into the finals. Because right now it still is open. Like you even look at the case, Christchurch Conquerors could sneak their way into the finals. As absurd as it sounds, because 4 weeks they win 4 times mathematically, they can still get in, right? So,
oh yes, if they start by beating the Bulldogs, who are as yet undefeated tonight. Kev, it's correct. They could do it. So anything is possible, right? With imagination and hope in your heart. None of these teams are out of the competition yet, but they're going to have to work for it, and they're going to have to grind through, because there are some tough games ahead. Some teams have had easier starts to the season than others. There's been talk I've seen of, like, some teams having more home games than away games at the start of the season. I guess that's kind of natural, as is, some teams having a harder run than others at the start of the season, and we've certainly seen that. And the question is, as the season progresses, who's had it easier, who's had it tougher, and who's ready to sort of step up and make the most of it and find their way into that top 4? Because, as you said, Kev, anything is possible at this point. Technically, from the scoreboard, any team with 4 matches remaining can still make it through. But by the time we get to the end of match 2 tonight, we're going to be halfway through the season. It's going to get tougher and tougher, and we will start to work out who our top 4 teams are. But let's move now from teams to players, and we'll take a look at our Alienware MVP leaderboard. Alienware obviously supporting us a ton this season, and for the MVP for the season, they're giving away an X15 laptop, ! Alienware in chat if you want to learn a little bit more about that one. But Jordan, we take a look at this one. AVP from the Bulldogs sitting up there at the top. I'm pretty sure we saw AVP in the MVP leaderboard last week as well.
Yeah, he definitely was. He was at the top of the leaderboard last week, so he's maintained that position. And I think that's really impressive for a player that, you look at the tanks that he plays, and they're not exactly the ones that are kind of the flashiest tanks. It feels like there's some role-playing tanks in there. He plays the E3 sometimes, the VZ55 here and there, E100 and the Super Conqueror as well. So these are not the kind of tanks that you're really getting in there and making plays with, and, being able to run all the way around the map and catch people off guard and do this and do that. You're really just there to get into the brawl, take the fight, do well in that fight, and essentially soak up a lot of damage. So he's been able to do that across the board. He's had a really good performance in pretty much all of the tanks that he's been playing. He's been rock solid for the Bulldogs, and I think obviously that's a big reason why they're having so much success. It is incredibly impressive, in my opinion, that he's been able to, again, top the list in company where, you look at these other players and you say, again, they're playing Batchats. They're making these kinds of plays. They're playing light tanks. They're being able to play the game a little bit more. Whereas AVP, like I said, I feel like he gets put in a spot and he does a great job from that spot. And that's really all you can ask for. And, if he continues to do that, then maybe this is the season for the Bulldogs.
Yeah. And you can see, I think from that, this is like the damage plus assist value is essentially what we're looking at here. And if you have a look at the assist damage dealt, AVP is sitting up there above everyone else by far. Like the damage dealt is one thing, but then the assist damage dealt is almost double what we're seeing from everyone else. So certainly helping him out in our Alienware MVP leaderboard. Madhouse, I thought, was up here last week. I put him on my fantasy team. He's not up here this week. Explains why my fantasy team is in the bin. No surprises there. Please don't let me down this week, Madhouse. All right, so that's our MVP. Let's go take a look at our Alienware sharpshooters. We're looking at penetration rate here, Kev. A bit of a different, I suppose, a different look. Obviously, AVP not even here at all on this board. But a couple of Sentinels players as well, who we didn't see on the MVP board. What are your thoughts of what we're seeing?
Yeah, Sentinels haven't had the best run, obviously, this season so far, considering that the back-to-back champion sitting at the middle of the leaderboard at the moment is probably not where you want to see a team of this caliber. But you can see that the individuals are just, there's a reason why some of these individuals are considered some of the best. And even you're looking at the players on like Poland, who on Adelaide Action X, they're making their shots count. So it doesn't matter at the end of the day if you fire 100 shells and you hit all of them. If you don't pen your shots, you're not doing any damage. And when it comes to these very tight one-on-one scenarios, or you come into these brawl situations where a shot may mean you actually get rid of a tank, they can't dump another clip, it becomes equally important. So 90% is absolutely fantastic when you consider like what kind of tanks that you are playing these days. You're not all the time playing something that's got 350, 360 a heat pen and you can just butter people through their armor. You're very much playing tanks that's got APCR rounds or, don't have the best gun handling. So the fact that these guys are penning most of their shots is really, really impressive. Like, I think a lot of people would think 85% isn't really that good, but it actually is phenomenal. Like, especially when you play at this level of tanks.
Yeah, it's about making it count, right? And particularly, I think, Kev, when sometimes you're forced to take shots that you wouldn't necessarily want to take because you're playing a game. You sometimes you need to make low percentage plays because that's the only play open to you. So to see some of these guys sitting up here, everyone on this board above 85% is pretty impressive. That's for sure. Move from our Alienware sharpshooters list up to our Alienware All-Stars after what we've seen so far. These are players who've participated in a majority of their team's battles. Rushing up top, Dark, Madhouse, Bales, and Celestia. Players from the 4 teams we'd probably expect to see here, I suppose. Are we missing any teams? Maybe the Sentinels, Jordan? Maybe surprising to see no Sentinels players up here, but overall perhaps to a degree as expected.
Yeah, I mean, I don't think it's too unreasonable. I feel like Sentinels is a team that generally does get it done by committee, though maybe in previous seasons we would have seen someone like Rainbow on one of these lists. Obviously, he's not, been able to make it just yet, but that is something that can come along a little bit later on in the season. I mean, again, not too much to touch on for this one. I think these are pretty much the players that you expect. These are the ones that are kind of the big names for their teams, the ones that seem to be able to make the plays happen. They're able to really get into the right spot at the right time, and they're in the tanks that facilitate that as well. So, obviously some good stuff coming through from Russian. Again, I think still continues to be a relatively underrated player in amongst some of the other names around the scene. Kev's talked at extensive length as well about Dark and Madhouse and that duo and how impactful they can be. We've sort of seen that time and time again this season for Bulldogs. And then for Bales and Celestia, 2 players that really do stand out and shine in their respective teams, and they're able to obviously make a lot of impact. So, no surprises to see any of these guys up in the top 5, but there are plenty more names, I think, that you could throw onto this list that aren't there. So it's not necessarily that this is set in stone. These guys have to continue to work hard every single week. Otherwise, they're going to be dropping very quickly out of the top 5.
Yeah, certainly got to keep playing your best to stay up there, that's for sure. And really enjoying this sort of player-focused scoreboards that we've been seeing thanks to Alienware across the last few weeks, allowing us to highlight some of the key players across the season. So, gents, that brings us to our FPL team of the week. We'll see what that looks like. It certainly won't look like my team, that's for sure. Ravi, Napa, Val, Dark, and Whippet. Very quickly, Kev, there are a lot of players with a lot of stars up here on my board. I wish I could have all of them, to be honest. I'd be very happy.
Yeah, actually, it's, between all of them, you can maybe have 3 at most in terms of everything. Yeah. That's how many stars you've got, honestly. So not too surprised, obviously, to kind of see some of these names. I mean, we've always touted Napalm to be a very consistent performer alongside there with Dark. I mean, Whippet as well has been one of those stars for the Matildas. And I think it's very much the case of a bit surprising to see Val, and a good surprise, actually, because I think a lot of people were expecting Valheri to make a bit of a comeback. And it was always going to be a question of, was he going to be a bit burnt, or is he going to come back in and he's got something to prove? He's kind of proved it that week. And as Adelaide Action X are starting to make their way back into the season, he's going to be a big component of it. I mean, I would touch on Ravi a little bit. I think we've always talked really well about Ravi. He's one of those players where he's not really put in the position to excel. He's very much like a role player. You think of like an AVP or something like that. He's very much a role player, not one of those superstars or the ones making the plays. So the fact that he's doing the damage is just, it means the system and your protocols are working, which is fantastic.
Yeah, you love to see it. All right, so that's sort of last week done and dusted. Let's take a look at how week 4 is going to play out. Our upcoming matches, the Matildas versus the Archers. That's going to be our first one of the night. An absolute crack for sure. The Conquerors and the Bulldogs. The Action X v the Skorpions. I think that's going to be quite close as well. And to finish the night off, the Sentinels v the Panthers. So I might go take a look at our predictions, gents, to see, we all kind of threw in what we thought we were going to do. I didn't do so well last week, but this is pretty one-sided. All of the Archers all got the Bulldogs. I finally caved and started putting the Skorpions on top, though, Kev, I think the Action X certainly have a shot. And then the Sentinels, we have there down the bottom as well. So, look, I think we're all pretty much aligned tonight on how these games are going to play out. Don't want to say it's set in stone. Anything is possible. But yeah, look, it could be one-sided night. I would be very happy to be wrong. I'd be very happy to be wrong. All right. I think we rambled on enough, gents. I think we've spoken about our thoughts and our opinions about overall and the season and things like that. Let's kick this one off. It's the Matildas up against the Archers. It's our first matchup of week 4. Jordan, this Matildas lineup, we hype them up. They've had a pretty reasonable season so far. I always talk about Bowl and the input he's had this season, but they're certainly in a position here halfway through the season where they have an opportunity to step up and kind of place their mark on this season.
Yeah, I mean, I think they really need to get it together, don't they? Like for Melbourne Matildas, there's been very little changes to their roster coming through from the previous season, and it hasn't really looked even close to what it did last time around. So I think there's still a lot of potential in this roster. I think they've still got a lot of very good individuals. You know, you bring Ball in as well, and that's definitely not a shabby player to be drafting through, but it just doesn't seem to be hitting the mark right now for Melbourne Matildas. I'm not sure exactly what it is. Maybe they face some tough opposition to start off the season. I guess you say, yeah, they've versed the Sentinels. They played against Action X, who, you know, feels like a bit of a sleeper pick at this point in time, and then the Skorpions as well. So 3 of the stronger teams. Maybe there is a bit of an easier finish to the season, although that's not going to come in this week because they're up against the Archers. So I don't know if it's going to come together this week, Ben. I hope that it does for Melbourne Matildas because they really need to start turning their season around. But it has been looking like a tough start for the Matildas. So I'm hoping that is going to sort of start to peak as we get later and later into the season.
I think they've had better starts, that's for sure. But Kev, when we speak about the Archers, this is a team that perhaps we had underestimated this season coming in, and they certainly have performed quite well across the last few weeks. We've seen some surprises from them, and it's definitely going to be a tough one tonight for the Matildas.
Yeah, for sure. I think it was always going to be the case of last week where, or in this season, we look at the previous season for the Auckland Archers, and considering the caliber of some of these players, coming last is obviously a huge detriment. When they picked up Safi, when they picked up Stewie, the question was always going to be, how well could they integrate these guys in? So far, the answer looks pretty good. Safi's not burnt. Stewie obviously stepping up to the mark as well, alongside with the kind of core 3 of Celeste, Trax, and Returned. And this is now becoming like a really strong team, which is fantastic to see. So once again, it's like you can say Matildas, I think touching briefly on the point where Matildas have had a bit of a difficult run, I still don't think it gets any easier. They still have to get through Archers, and they still have to get through Bulldogs. I don't really think there's actually an easy team right now, obviously. Maybe there's a caveat of the Conquerors being a easier team, and using that in inverted commas, but we have to wait and see. Once again, I think this is going to be a good indication after this week who are the easy teams, who aren't the easy teams, and I think we might be a bit surprised with the result. It could be very much 7 or 6 teams that are really pushing themselves into the top 4.
Yeah, I think it's going to be close towards the end of the season, that's for sure, and it's going to come down to those last couple of days. Our player highlight for the Archers up against the Matildas. We'll go and take a look. The big matchup, Elfish Guy, Bales v. the Returned. How are you feeling? Look at that battle win rate, 61% versus 38%.
Yeah, I mean, I think I've said enough about Bales this season that everyone really knows what I think about him as an individual. Obviously, a very stellar player for the Matildas roster, and sometimes it feels like he's one of the guys that's kind of keeping that team together in some rounds. If he shows up, the difference can be made. If he doesn't, then it sort of capitulates pretty quickly. Return, on the other hand, I felt like that was kind of something that I would have characterized about him as well in previous seasons, but I feel like there's a little bit behind him now in the Archers roster where you look, there's a lot of experience there. There's some nice young blood coming through as well that seems to be having good performances. And so I think it's starting to look quite good for the Returned. I feel like, the last couple of seasons he's been on a decent enough team, but sometimes the results haven't necessarily come for a player that we talked so much about in season 1 in particular. And now it seems to be kind of coming good. So I'm quite excited to see how these two sort of match up. I think, again, it comes down a lot more to how the two teams do match up. These two do tend to play sort of different roles in the team, obviously with Bales leaning a little bit more towards the bat chat and the auto loaders, the 50B when that's on offer. And Return seems to be kind of the guy that can kind of plug the gaps, and he goes into whatever needs to be there, right? He's been on the VZ55, he's been on the Kranwagen, the TVP, CS63. Like, he's done it all, really. So I think they're two different players if we're looking at them head to head. But yeah, I mean, in terms of just their status in the team, I think two big names for both sides.
What's also big is this map pool. Tundra, Cliff, and Muravanka looking, it's going to be a big night, particularly if we head to Muro, which will be the tiebreak. We know how we say that's so defensively sided. So if you do get to 2-2, you're going to want to be able to have your choice of side. We picked the Archers across the board, but I think the Matildas have a red-hot shot at this one tonight. It's week 4 of ANZPL Season 3. The Auckland Archers up against the Melbourne Matildas. And we're going on to Tundra, the map new to this season. Jordan, we haven't seen it that many times so far, so I'm keen to see how the meta sort of develops across the season.
Yeah, it's definitely not been a map that we've seen too much, and so it sort of feels like there are still some secrets yet to be discovered by most teams. But I'm interested to see what Melbourne Matildas have got for us. This is their map choice, so if anything, it's going to have to be them to get the 2-0 to start off the series, Kev. But against Archers, a difficult task today, I would have to imagine.
Absolutely. I mean, this is, once again, a fantastic series to start off everything. And this is why I'm loving ANZPL, you know? It's always the case of coming to a lot of these series, even if we predict for one team or we agree maybe in unison that maybe, you know, Archers are the favourite team. It's not as if the Matildas are completely out of the series. It's still very, very tight. Probably like a 45 to 60% in my mind. That said, though, Archers are going to come across, try to threaten this 2-cap. They're going to push the Kranwagen off the angle. This is going to start forcing a rotation from the Matildas. Obviously, you're going to get that Super Conqueror, maybe grouping up with one of the VZs and the 5A to push across the bridge. And then you also try to get into the town around the F3 position into a couple of holdowns to threaten the IS7s that are going to be on the cap. But it is going to be this 2-cap pressure over here for now. Safi just making sure that Bolognese can't really get into a comfortable position. The Kranwagen and the Super Conqueror just covering off all the potential angles, though it does look like it's going to be a one-line repush over here, Jordan.
Yeah, I do like this from Archers. This is the first time I think that we've watched Tundra and we've seen a team pushing on this southern side of the map and actually being really decisive in getting on one of the caps as well. It seems like they have a good idea of what they want to make happen. The double IS7, you see that, you know it's a great hull down tank. You put 2 and 2 together and you think it's probably going to be situated on this cap. And Matildas, they seem pretty aware of it, but they're going to have to deal with the resets and they're going to have to hope that they can get them without bleeding too much HP.
I mean, here comes the brawl right now, right? It's going to come down to the focus fire at this stage. You have to go so much around the corner just to get shots into these IS-7s. So they do manage to get a lot of damage onto Celestia, but still, Safi is going to get his entire clip off at the end of the day. And whenever you get rid of one of these tanks initially, it's going to be huge. The focus fire not there. Mary Turner decides to try to go back into Safi instead of taking out Celestia. I mean, Celestia doesn't really pen that shot. It does mean that he goes down. The chase is going to happen between Bolognese as well as Safi at the same time, and Bales is going to be isolated. Yes, something's going to go down, but Bolognese is going to waste that time in terms of trying to chase down Safi, which means the Batchat can get back to safety. I mean, still a 4-on-2, or 4-on-3, should I say? A 3-on-3 now, but the Batchat's still in the equation over here, Jordan.
And the Batchat, though, still on the reload. Bol is on the push. Stewie can kind of cover Saf off a little bit here, but I'm interested to see what Bolognese can get done. I feel like his next clip is going to be a big one in the context of this game. Trax is in such a powerful position in that Super Conqueror. He can almost 1-on-2. So it's up to Bolognese to make the difference. He does get the better of Safi, but he won't be able to kill Stewie. Still, he'll be able to do some damage. And hopefully he'll be able to tank some shells as well into that turret, maybe bounce 1 or 2. That could be a big difference maker because on the other side of the field, Trax is getting the better of Mary Turnip. And so it really does come down to how much HP Bol is going to have at the end of here. And I mean, it's about 979. So let's say 2 shots to come through. 2 or 3 shots, I should say, I guess, for the Super Conqueror, if we're talking about that. And so maybe winnable for Bolognese if he can get this final shot into Stewie and Trax. I think he might have bounced the shell there, did he? So it gives Bolognese a bit of a reprieve, but I don't know that he's going to have the speed to actually outrun that Super Conqueror before the reload comes off here. And even if it does, I I mean, surely Trax just finishes this one off with a nicely placed shell from that Super Conk. This should be relatively routine. Archers should come away with the win.
I mean, but the Crown Bargain, though, doesn't have the turbo, so here we are. I mean, you have to go for maybe a tracking shot over here. Doesn't really work out, unfortunately, for Bowl, but that is a nice little one-on-one, and Arch is actually managing to take the attack victory on Tundra.
Yeah, I don't know if we've seen one of those so far. Certainly, I feel like that's the first time we've got onto the cap so quickly on Tundra. So that was the Matildas' map choice, and obviously they started on defense first. And the fact that the Archers were going to come out, I'm not going to say it was a convincing win, Kev, but considering we don't see that many attacking side victories, it's pretty good to see them come out with a victory so quickly, and not a bad start for them at all.
No, that's fantastic. That really just comes down to brawl and focus fire potential with that stage. I mean, I thought Bolognese just did enough. Honestly, getting rid of Safi was really, really key in the bat chat to make sure you couldn't get the second clip off. But Trax and that Super Conqueror was able to isolate some of these fights, able to win some of these duels convincingly. And, Stewie just bought just enough time in the back line to make sure that he was able to get Trax back into the fight. And the IS-7s obviously just doing what they need to do, just staying safe, making sure they're brawling out, keeping their HP in. And honestly, that wouldn't have been as close if maybe Celestia hit another one, the IS-7. That said, IS-7 gun handling is a bit trollish and obviously not the highest pen, which is when I refer to, not having those heat rounds or those high heat rounds sometimes when you're fighting these tanks makes it a bit awkward. So, no, really, really good game. And it really could have gone back in the Matildas' favor, honestly. I felt like if some of these shots resolved in their way, maybe the brawl was a little bit better for the Matildas. But at the end of the day, that's why the Archers are coming out on top and why they're sitting near the top of the leaderboard at this point.
Yeah, it was pretty impressive result, as you said. Boll on the Kranvan, doing what he can, almost 4.5k damage there is pretty impressive, and very effectively managed to get rid of Safi. And if there'd been, as you said, maybe just one more shot from that team, it could have turned out differently. But Jordan Trax on the Super Conk, I think I saw 15 out of 14 shots or something, or 14 out of 15 even coming through. It was pretty impressive. But feel free to talk us through the replays and what your highlights were.
Yeah, you always get a little bit concerned, and this is a perfect shot of it. When you see a Super Conqueror in a sort of a flanking position, sort of a hull down kind of a position where he can really play that ridgeline with so much HP late in the game, because that's the kind of tank that's just going to be able to pump out damage when he's already in a position to fire, which is where Trax was. He doesn't have to rotate, he doesn't have to move, which is one of the big weaknesses of the Super Conk. It's a slow tank, but when he's in a position to fire, he's just going to continue to do damage over and over and over again, and there's not really too much you can do about it. So when we got to that 3-on-3 and I saw Trax full HP or almost full HP up on that ridgeline, I thought, this is probably over for the Matildas. Yes, maybe Bowl can make a play in that Crown Bargain. Maybe he can get across, but there's probably just a bit too much for him to do. And I even said it during the cast. Trax could essentially 1-on-2 the rest of the game there. He was doing a great job. He really had it all covered. And I think, it was a relatively comfortable victory in the end for Archers. Like, it looks like it's close because it comes down to a 1-on-1. But that should never be a losable position for Trax in that 1v1. And obviously, he cleans it up pretty comfortably. So, well done by Archers. I like what we saw. You obviously mentioned it as well, that fast cap. Not something that we've really been accustomed to on Tundra so far, which means Archers have a bit of an idea of what they want to be doing on this map. Fantastic. Love to see it. They're putting in that prep work and worked out nicely.
It certainly did, and particularly on that attacking side, Kev. So, a little bit... if you're the Matildas here coming back in, you're going to be a little bit stressed. Let's see what they've got on the attack. Obviously, they picked the map, an opportunity for them here to even up the score with one apiece. But now on the attacking side, going to make life just that little bit tougher.
Yeah, it's going to be
second half.
Sorry, you go, Jordan.
Okay, I shall. We'll see what happens here, actually, because I think, again, like, Tundra is one of those maps that we're not really too sure about. We haven't seen it a lot yet, Kev, so there's, I think, a little bit of room for wiggle room, I suppose, for Matildas here on the attack. They've brought out a VZ55. You love that tank, I think, Kev. The WZ-111 5As as well. Bit of a throwback. Not something we see two of all that often. Maybe one here and there, but definitely not expecting to see two of them. So Matildas seem like they've got something up their sleeve here.
I mean, that said as well, Archers also have maybe a card up their pocket. Look how they're set up so aggressively to the 2 cap at the moment. And maybe reading into a bit of the tank composition, you've got a lot of super heavies. Obviously, on the side of the Matildas, you don't really have anything that's medium related, which means that it's very hard to take control of that northern side. A big gamble stack is what we would probably call it over here. And yeah, it's all been spotted out. So the Bat Chats need to be careful. They don't have the best camo. And Trax needs to be cautious because he's getting played quite heavily. That's the difference between sometimes playing a Bat Chat and a light tank. A light tank gets away with that, but a Bat Chat can't, even with its camo rating. So that's actually fantastic for the Matildas. They only caught 1 shot and they bleed out one of the Bat Chats really heavily, and they're going to make their incursion in.
It's still a lot of information for Archers. So yes, they lose a lot of HP on one of their Bat Chats, but they do have a fallback in that they have actually got the double Bat Chat set up here. So Safi, if need be, can be the one to sort of lead the charge. Trax can come in as the secondary tank, and they probably still manage to work together in tandem quite nicely. Archers with a very good idea of where Matildas is trying to set up. They already saw them trying to cross towards the 2 flag, and because of that, Safi and Trax have gone on a bit of an expedition through the river and have essentially come up around behind Matildas. And I don't really feel like Matildas wants to push forward anymore. They don't really want to try to chance this cross onto the cap because Archers is already set up and they know it. But here we go, the 2-5As making the breach, and looks like Returned has managed to slide 1 shot in there, but not too much past that. The Bat Chats having a bit of a difficult time dislodging the VZ55 of Bales. Safi losing a lot of HP now as well. Trax wasn't even there firing, so overall, not a very good trade from the Archers so far on the defense.
No, so far this is all in Matilda's favor. Even though they're not on the cap, they've managed to obviously punish Safi trying to dislodge Bales from that position. Bales is a little bit too clued on. And I mean, the double Bat Chat wasn't really there. Bolognese was also able to slide 1 in as well. So it just makes it pretty difficult for even the Archers to find an opening at this point in time. You can even see that the Bat Chats are getting lit while leaving. So I mean, this is where we do talk about sometimes where it's with the Bat Chat, right? We always used to talk about how it's pretty stealthy. It's pretty solid, obviously getting away from a lot of situations, but it's still no light tank, especially considering that all these tanks these days have a huge view range. It's just difficult to use. Like, I think a lot of people think the Bat Chat's really well camoed, right? Because we always talk about how it's like low profile, it's stealthy. I think reality is that it's anything but, especially when it's firing, and especially once you get into a certain range.
Yeah, it's certainly not the must-pick tank that it used to be, right? If you go back 3 or 4 years in competitive World of Tanks, like half the tanks you'd see or more would just be the Bat Chat. Like it was the tank that got picked in competitive modes. But now, I mean, essentially, I think a lot of other tanks have come in that are very good in filling certain roles, and so the Bat Chat is not the be-all, end-all, but there's also, at least in ANZ PL, the tank limit, so you can't have more than the 2. I wonder if there was no limit, would we see more than 1, or rather more than 2 Bat Chats on any given map? Maybe on some of the more open maps, but maybe not necessarily on a map like this. I like what we've got here for both sides, and obviously starting to see that cap being picked up by the Matildas. Mary Turnip is the one getting on it to try to force a bit of pressure. I'm a little bit concerned here for Archers, given that they have bled so much HP out, but on the same token, that timer is getting a little bit problematic for Matildas. They've obviously started to get the cap pressure going, but 1 or 2 quick resets through here, and all of a sudden, Archers bleed that time away from Matildas, and maybe there's a world where they can just eke out a win on the defense here by virtue of the time, and that's going to be something that Matildas is certainly going to be hoping to avoid because they've put themselves in a very good spot here, Kev. It's just a case of executing on it now.
And it's so hard to actually push ahead right now with the Super Conquerors. You're thinking, well, why don't the Super Conquerors come up with a VZ group up to get the reset? The problem is, it's actually very difficult. They've copped a couple of shots on the side. They're very, very scared of actually making a bit of a play. And the question is, what play do you make? Do you go high? And that means that you're susceptible to getting punished from so many different angles if you decide to go low. The Bat Chats as well have been tagged down earlier on, so it's even harder for them to make a move. They're going to try and collapse onto Bales. Maybe a bit of a different look this time around where they're trying to approach from that K8 sector. Maybe see if they can get a couple of bushes in between this VZ. I7 from Return's going to make the move into getting the position to get the reset. He will be successful in doing so, even though 2 tanks on the cap now. This is starting to get a little bit dicey, Jordan.
Yeah, Return is going to have to really pick up the pace here. This shot has to connect, and he's going to get caught with a lot of damage for his troubles. I'm not sure that one's gone exactly where he wanted it to. So the cap is going to come through for the Matildas. Had it not, though, had the reset come across, I mean, that IS-7 was dead. Return was gone. Numbers advantage was going to be a little bit too much, I think, for Matildas in the end there. So it just feels like, Ben, that was a game which went from bad to worse for Archers. It started off rough, losing a lot of HP on tracks in that back chat, and they never really were able to get their way back into that game. They just kept bleeding HP and bleeding HP and bleeding HP, and it reached a point where it was kind of critical mass. It went over the edge, and Matildas basically couldn't lose from there.
Yeah, and I think at the end there we saw the Archers have 4 tanks up, but they had 5 tanks up with like 1 second left on the clock. So I don't know, like I think maybe it's not always indicative of how it played out, but it's like a bit of a feels bad if you lose to the cap and you have 5 tanks essentially available at that point to try and make something of it. But good job to the Matildas. We said it might be tough, but they were able to prove that they could, they could make this one work out. Great to see the 2 cap here, Kev, coming out again. It seems to be the cap of choice now on Tundra, perhaps. In the past, for me, I feel like we've seen a lot of 1 cap, but both of these successful attack and side victories here today on the 2 cap.
Yeah, I mean, 2 cap pressure looking like it's the key at the moment for Tundra, which is very reminiscent of some of the other maps that we've kind of seen in the past. I do want to point out, though, as well, is that the way that both teams managed to actually take their attacking side victory on Tundra has been very different, right? Archers was very much through a brawling style of play, forcing all the tanks into a fight and just utilizing their superior positions in crossfire. Well, as you can see for the Matildas, that's very much down to positioning knowledge, understanding where you can't bleed out, where to bleed out the enemy, where to make sure you apply the pressure, where you shouldn't be bleeding from. And as a result, that gets them the victory. So yeah, it's a bit boring sometimes just seeing 2 tanks sit on the flag and a reset missing. But yeah, like also the way that it's done, the procedures on how to punish the enemy defenders, how to make sure that you don't get drawn into an enemy crossfire, and you don't actually get trapped by 2 very experienced bat chat players. That also is very impressive, and it won't show in the stats. But the fact that Bales doesn't out trades 2 bat chats is absurd.
Yeah, Bales actually had a pretty good game here, Jordan, on that VZ55. 3.5k damage? And I guess that's why he was on our player profile at the top of the show.
Yeah, what I like about Bales is he's a very versatile player as well. You know, we obviously talk about him a lot when it comes to the bat chat, and that seems to be like the typical role that we find himself in or find him in. But if the situation calls for it and there's no bat chat on the field for the Matildas, you know, we've seen him this season in a 113 once or twice. We've seen him in the VZ55 once or twice, and he's always putting in good performances across the board. So I feel like he's, not necessarily that player that you would just use to plug positions, but if he needs to, he definitely can do that. And obviously that's a really big asset for the Matildas, being able to sort of jump him around where necessary.
Yeah, looking pretty good. I don't know, Kev. Before we move on to the next map, I feel like I talk about this every time we see a cap where the cap comes through, one team has a ton of tanks left. Is that a lost opportunity by the defending side, or is it literally just a situation where, we can throw everything at stopping this cap, but if we do that and we're successful, we're now in a position that we lose? Is that what we're looking at there when this sort of thing plays out? Like, if they throw more at that, then does that mean the Matildas are probably going to win anyway?
I think in that scenario, considering they bled out so much, I do believe so. But I mean, onto Cliff now. Obviously, this is going to be a little bit more fast-paced in comparison to what we saw in Tundra, I feel like, at the end of the day.
I suppose we have to wait and see, don't we? Head on to Cliff. It's a very interesting map. It's an exciting map. I like this one, Kev. I say it every time. I feel like there's lots of options on both sides. It can lean toward the attack or the defense, depending on the comfort level of the teams that are playing on it. And you can kind of get away with having a lighter lineup. You can kind of get away with having a heavier lineup. So it just feels like it's got a bit of everything. Archers, I believe, will be feeling pretty comfortable going into it, though. This is their map choice, and Trax is not interested in making that climb happen anymore. Might have been some info that went his way that dictated that climb was no longer an option. Bales perhaps getting spotted out, could have farmed him on the way up. So nice early positioning being taken here by Matildas. They really control a lot of the map.
This is so... I mean, Bale's actually just making a huge difference at the end of the day. I mean, I'm looking at his equipment, right? Turbocharger in the mobility slot. This CS63 managed to beat Safi into that position. And this is really important to note. Normally, you see the TVP in the CS. Normally, if the TVP... I don't know if Safi's got the turbocharger, right? But if the TVP doesn't have the turbocharger, he misses out on fighting the CS getting into position. So there you have it. Safi, because he wants to win the one-on-one duel potentially. He's got Harding. He doesn't have the turbocharger. Means Bales can actually get into Donut without getting spotted. The little differences there. I mean, he does get punished by Celeste here. So Bale's still in a bit of a precarious scenario. Normally, you don't see a CS posted all the way up at this rock. Normally, you see him maybe a little bit further back down, closer towards the ramp. But out comes the bleed right now into Stewie, and this is really, really good for the Matildas right now. Really solid stuff. You can see Stewie's going to die for free, and there's nothing that the Archers can do in their attack.
Yeah, I mean, where can he even go? It's such an awkward spot to play in, isn't it? When you start to feel those shots coming through from all angles, you think, I'm done, and there's not much I can really do to prevent it. He eventually does drop. Great defense here from the Matildas from the outset, taking full map control. Again, showing that they do have that level of proficiency. There is that ability there. Yeah. That potential that we've been talking about for the last few weeks, maybe it is starting to be realized here after what was a rough start in game number 1. Now, game 2, looking very, very confident, very, very comfortable. And into round number 3, it looks like this should be a pretty clean victory for Matildas as well.
I mean, it does come down to the CS brawl at the end of the day, right? Because now the repush comes forward, but as soon as I say that, you have to commit as a TVP in the CS's tracks. Whippet's made the correct rotation, and you just instantly lose this fight. There's just too much damage. Safi, he's going to get 2 shots off, and that's it. And Trax goes, well, I don't really want part of this anymore. And this is it. Like, Archers can't come back from the scenario. Losing Stewie was bad enough already, but this is either going to be a slow bleed out from here, or they just go in and just pretty much just... they kind of just die. There is no winning from here, unfortunately. It's a nigh unwinnable scenario. You're looking at multiple ammo racks and the worst things, and like potentially like, I don't know, like really bad plays coming out from Matildas for them to lose. It's not going to happen.
Yeah, I think Returned wants to get it over and done with as well, doesn't he? He's just getting smacked down to 11 HP. Lucky to be alive at this point. A higher roll from anyone that hit him just then, and he would have been out of the picture. I mean, this really doesn't feel like it's going to be lasting too much longer either. Trax down on the bottom side of the map, sitting in H2, might be able to pick up a little bit of farm here and there, maybe some damage to help out the lads who have picked him up for the fantasy team. But that's really all that's left on offer for Archers in this round. Really, there's... and to make matters worse, Trax on fire, gets finished off by Bolognese. It just feels like a round of Cliff that has gone horribly wrong for Archers.
It's just the Bales difference, I feel like, at the moment. I know we love our Russians over here, but honestly, like, that position at Donut just single-handedly just wins them the fight. There's nothing that they can do.
You don't get much more of a decisive victory than that. So congrats to the Matildas on the defensive side victory on Cliff. I think maybe there was 30 seconds there in that battle. I was like, oh, yeah, we'll see what the Archers can do. And then it just bit by bit started falling apart for them and never, to be fair, really got better there. So the Matildas now up in this match 2-1. It's a great position for them to be in. But Jordan, I may be a little bit worried because they're in this position now where either they win the attacking side on Cliff and they win the match, which is fantastic, or they lose and we're at 2-2. And I'm going back to who had the faster attacking side victory on Tundra, heading into Mura as a tiebreaker. And I can't help but feel that maybe the Archers were faster, and it's a big ask to get that attacking side win.
Yeah, I think Archers were maybe a little bit faster, so you're probably on the money there. But yeah, I mean, we'll have to wait and see what happens here for Cliff. Obviously, a very, very good start for Matildas. So they have, I think, a pretty good understanding of what they want to be doing on this map. They seem to be pretty well drilled on it. Nice plays from Bales in the CS63 in particular, making that cross and obviously getting a lot of damage out of his position. Good covering fire as well from Whippet and Mary Turnip. I mean, not too much to note, I think, as far as the scoreboard is concerned. It's probably not one of the more interesting ones that we will see this evening. You know, normally we get to this point, we say, oh, did someone bounce a bunch of shells? Did someone, miss a few shots here or there or something like that? There's nothing of that sort for that last game. So just having it be so one-sided makes it a bit of a foregone conclusion when we do get to the scoreboard. There's really not much to talk about for the poor old Archers. But Yeah, I mean, touching on the swap on Cliff, they are moving on to the attack, and I think statistically speaking, attack has been a little bit harder on Cliff. I mean, it's been a little bit harder on most maps this season. For the most part, the defense win rate has been a lot higher on pretty much every single map. The only difference, or the only outlier, being Mines, but there's not really too much of a data set there. We don't see that map very often at all, so I'm prepared to call that one a statistical anomaly. So I think there is every chance, like you say, that Archers can make this one happen on the defense and start to work their way back into the series. Obviously, we'll go through to the tiebreaker in that case. And yeah, maybe that's where things actually turn around for Archers.
Yeah, they'll certainly be looking at it. Kev, what's the main highlight here for you? This, as we said before, it kind of went down pretty quickly here. At no point did the Matildas really look like they were in any strife at all.
I mean, this is me just... I think I have to go back and look at some of these other maps that Matildas have played now, because I'm trying to think of how they're losing some of these games and some of these series. And the way that it's like these victories, like over the Archers, who have shown themselves to be one of the more dominant teams, has been absolutely comprehensive on both the attack and Tundra. Like their loss and defense was still close, right? Yeah. It was still the case of, yeah, it was down to maybe 974 HP difference at the end of the day, which honestly isn't that much. But this Cliff game was just impressive, just the way that it was completed. And it just comes down to just a single turbocharger. I have to emphasize that so much. And this is why we talk about the equipment differences. A lot of people might go, what does a turbocharger do? Well, it means Bells gets there and you can shoot people for free, Ben.
It lets you drive your Skyline super fast. The Matildas in prime position right now. We had them down as maybe not winning this match, but I think, Jordan, this is the best the Matildas have looked all season so far, up against this opponent in the Archers, who we know have had a great season themselves. So Matildas, we'll see what they can do here on attack. If they can pick it up, they'll get the 3 points here this week.
Yeah, I agree with you. I think this is a much better look for Matildas than what we saw last week. They seem to be out of sorts a little bit for the first few weeks of competition, but now they look really, really solid, really, really strong, and very, very organized as well. The CS63 of Bolognese does get spotted out. He's going to make a big cross down the one line, and this is not your typical attacking side setup. We don't see this one all that often, and I think maybe that's going to put a bit of a spanner in the works for Archers. They're going to have to think about how they answer it. And Safi, he's driving out in the middle of nowhere. He had no idea, no info, and he's lost almost an entire tank's worth of HP. For, to be fair, a lot of information, but that is not a trade that Archers will be happy with at all.
No, but the problem is like, I think Safi has to make that move. Either he drops off the cliff and you just don't get into a position where you ever win against Bolognese, because the CS63, all right, I've seen this sometimes before. I've seen teams actually in, I believe it's NA, I think, or an EU, like a clan advance, like, it was in advances, it was in a campaign somewhere. What they did was that they took a couple of 907s and pushed them really deep into the one line. Now, my question here is, does the CS actually have the ability, right, to have enough to get up that cliff onto near the one flag? I think it does with the turbo, like with the boost mode and obviously the turbocharger equipped, but also it creates his crossfire. And you saw that Safi realized what was going on. As soon as the CS gets into that A1 position, there is nothing that Safi can actually do. He needs to leave. So obviously he leaves in a really awkward manner, and people are going, what is Safi doing? He has to, because of the way that the Matildas have actually taken the map. So this is now getting into, once again, just this bleed scenario where your batch out, your playmaking tank is completely gone. Oh, and what is 2+2? Oh no, you goose 2+2. He's flipped his tank on the cliff.
Yeah, it's awkward. I mean, it's not the worst thing in the world because he isn't spotted. All right, so Archers are not aware of this at the moment, and there is a lot of time, obviously, for Matildas to drive a tank down there, give him a little shove, and it probably won't matter. I have to say, it probably won't matter. The time lost is a factor, 30 seconds to a minute lost by having to send Bales down here to just give him a little shove, but he should be able to get him back onto his tracks relatively comfortably without even losing too much HP. So we're off to the races once again. 2+2. He'll be a little bit more careful next time.
Can I just say that out of all the people to flip their tank, it's not Safi, it's 2+2.
Was not the first person that you would have expected out of this series. I think that's fair to say.
Sometimes STB is a bit odd like that. So 2+2 is just coming onto the ramp, obviously, to create a bit more pressure for the VZs. Once the VZs are, like pushed off the angle, it makes it a little bit more uncomfortable. Maybe Bolognese can then make his next move. And once again, it's just coming down to the CSs. I feel like the Matildas really understand what they want to do with these Polish mediums, where they've able to get them into a really nice position really quickly. They understand how to leverage the power of it. It's not really a brawling tank per se sometimes. It's really much a tank that's used to get some control early on, get into a good position, then utilize that DPM. It's got honestly, some workable DPM. I say workable because there are tanks with better DPM, but it's still, I think, like the third best at tier 10. So you're never going to complain about that.
This is a pretty awkward one, though, for Archers to negotiate, I'd say. HP is at a massive deficit. It sort of feels like that Tundra game where they were on the defense, where they bled so much HP early on in the piece. And then Matildas, it was just a case of figuring out exactly how to force the fight, exactly how to force that pressure onto Archers. And it kind of was an inevitability that they would win. And it seems like that, you look at this kind of situation right now, and this should definitely be a Matildas victory right here, 3-1. They have a massive HP lead. They have a lot of time to play with. The only thing that concerns me is that it's going to be difficult to get cap pressure. I think that's something that has always been a bit of a tougher ask on a map like Cliff. So at one point, Matildas is going to have to make a push here, and they're going to have to do it out in the open, and then it's going to come down to how much damage actually Archers can output before Matildas get into some firing positions. Here we go. The 5A leading the charge. It's Mary Turnip, and this is now where Archers really need to step up and do a lot of damage. But this push only just now getting spotted by Stewie, and I feel like that's a little bit too little too late for Archers. They have given Matildas a lot of room to work with. The VZ55s are clipping out. They're doing a lot of damage, but now they're on the reload, and 2+2 is going to have a farm ahead of him. That is going to be a phenomenal time to be an STB1 driver.
Oh, but look at the play between Celestia and Return. They're really balancing this HP. They're trying to juggle at the moment, make 2+2 life really, really difficult. They still have to try to dislodge Stewie at the same time. 2+2 was bounced. He might actually go down over here, but one of the shots, I think, from the VZ actually goes flying awry, which means he will stay alive at the end of the day. But the HP, it's really been brought back over here. The question is, how is Safi going to get involved into the fight? Trax over here at the same time at the top of the lighthouse can get rid of some of these low HP tanks.
Well, I don't know. This one's been able to bring back enough for the Archers. Trax is doing some work. He's got himself a couple of kills, but Safi, he looks like a dead man walking in that bat chat. He's coming up very close behind Bales and Mary Turner. It feels like a matter of time before he gets spotted out. But the one thing to remember is that Archers are on the defense. So if Safi can set himself up maybe somewhere on the K or the J line and give Trax a little bit to work with in terms of some cover, maybe Trax can make that play. Maybe he can get that reset. Maybe Archers can survive and find a way to get the win here through the timer. 1:40 left on the clock for Matildas to work with. Bales is making the climb. He's in the VZ55. He won't have enough damage to solely clip out Trax. He'll need some help, but he can obviously get the information for his teammates as they do sit themselves on the cap. But ultimately, Kev, I mean, this comes down to Trax once again, having to clutch out a big one for Archers.
Might not be possible, unfortunately, over here. He's really being cut off by Bales at this point in time, and Bales more than happy just to unload 2 in. Safi, obviously, just trying to run to make sure that there was that potential, obviously, of making sure he doesn't die and running away, but instantly Matilda's 2 onto the cap, not willing to play around, not willing to allow even a chance of the Archers getting a reset. You can see how Bales just pushing this threat onto Trax. And now Safi, I don't even know he's got time to rotate. He's just too far away.
Oh, he might just make it. This is going to have to be the shot of the century from Safi, and then Trax is somehow going to have to survive for another 30 seconds post that fact. Bales fires a couple of good shots in. Trax will not be able to get the reset. It's on to Safi. He's the only chance for the Archers. Fires a shot desperately as he rounds the corner, but I think it went into the dirt, and Matildas will win the series 3-1 against all of our predictions, and I think against what most people expected out of this series as well. It is a nice return to form for the Matildas after a rough start to the season, and a bit of a wake-up call for the Archers as well.
Yeah, I think so. I think maybe a wake-up call for everyone who's maybe been cruising through, and we've spoken quite a lot about, hey, you know, week 3 or 4, this is the time you need to get a wriggle on. If you're not having the season you were looking for yet, now is the time. And I don't always necessarily expect a team's actually going to listen to that, Kev, when it happens. But that is the best we've seen from the Matildas so far this season. They've been so impressive. Bales has had an absolute ball a day. Like, if you got Bales on your fantasy league right now, you got a bucket load of points.
Yeah, Bucket. That's a name I haven't heard in a long time. Speaking of really good players. But yeah, I mean, this was just a fantastic series, honestly, from the Matildas. And I feel like Archers maybe coming into this not expecting kind of the ferocity and maybe a bit of a difference, right? Matildas, I'm looking back right now and I'm thinking, the last couple of weeks, Matildas looked a little bit stock standard, look a little bit like it's things that we've seen before. But this week, definitely something that we haven't seen. The pick into Tundra, that's a very bold move. And Cliff, even how many games of Cliff have we seen? Yet we have never seen the CS move into those two unique positions which do that bleed damage. That is really good to see from the Matildas. And I think Archers obviously caught a little bit unaware, trying their best to fight back. But unfortunately, it was just a little bit too strong from the Matildas, making Archers look really weak. That is not easy to do. And I have to say, fantastic job to the Melbourne Matildas.
Yeah, really on point, Jordan. To me, they look prepared this week, the Matildas. They'd done their work. They knew where the Archers were going to go. They knew what they wanted to do themselves. And the fact that they pick up two attacking side victories, one on each map, and they do both wins are with a cap. And it's not something we always see. Quite often the caps used just for cap pressure. So, impressive all around, to be honest, from the Melbourne Matildas this week. And if people weren't thinking of them as a top 4 team, I think they've gone and proven that they certainly deserve to be there.
Yeah, I was starting to count them out a little bit of the top 4,
me
if I'm
too.
being honest. I was thinking, it's not really looking like the Matildas season at the moment, so maybe they're not quite going to make it. Maybe they're going to sit in 5th or 6th or something like that. But, with a win like that over Archers, another team that really is kind of jostling for position in that top 4, that is a big one. That is a really important one for Matildas. And I thought it was actually more impressive, the 2 wins that they got on Cliff than what we saw on Tundra. I thought Tundra was fine. There was nothing necessarily wrong with it from Matildas, but I really liked the ingenuity that we saw from Matildas. 2 sort of unique strategies that haven't been shown, at least on, official matches this season of ANZPL on Cliff. And, they both sort of worked out. I thought that attacking side in particular really caught Archers off guard. They didn't seem to have a good read on what was happening there. And as a result, obviously, Safi almost essentially wasn't a tank for that game. Yeah. And a bunch of the other guys lost a lot of HP before the fight really began in earnest. And this was a nice attempt to sort of bring it back for Archers. It was always going to be a bit touch and go for Matildas, but they got the job done in the end, and Archers they didn't really leave themselves enough room, right? Imagine Safi here has got, an extra 500, 600 HP to play with. He can probably get involved in that fight and make a really big difference, but because he has to sit at the back of the map, it's obviously a lot more difficult to make much of an impact in that bat chat. And while Trax was farming from up on top of the lighthouse, there just wasn't quite enough room for error for Archers in the end.
Yeah, it's a pretty difficult spot to be in. I kind of feel like, to a degree, maybe they put themselves there. Kev, we saw the VCs getting farmed there by 2+2 as well, right? They fired their 4 shots into the 4 tanks that they only realized were there seconds before they did it. And then they're in a world of hurt as well. So I think overall, the Matildas seemed quite prepared to me. And the strats that they pulled out seemed to make sense. And the Archers, I think they just weren't expecting it.
Yeah, absolutely. I think the Archers were a little bit shell-shocked by... And like I said, these are 2 games that we haven't really seen that kind of style of play before. Maybe Tundra, the attack hold. But on Cliff, that is a completely unique kind of way to use the CS63s that we haven't seen before. And I don't think most opponents, honestly, would have been caught off guard.
Yeah, I think so. And what we'll take away from this is that maybe the Archers have had their season upended a little bit. If they were doing their math, the teams they expected to get points from, they probably expected to pick up 2, at worst 1 point tonight up against the Matildas. Instead, the Archers go home with 0. We had 3, to be fair, pretty important points to the Melbourne Matildas on the scoreboard, and really does start to shake things up. What a pretty fun start to the night, that's for sure. We're going to take a break now that match 1 is done and dusted. Coming up next, it is the Christchurch Conquerors up against the Brisbane Bulldogs. We'll see you soon.
Ravi does actually get the killing blow into the 113, and this actually allows the 60 TP to get some extra shots off. The question is, where is Dark? He is just waiting for the 50B to push in, so that way he can kill Safi. Celeste as well, just holding on to his clip, but a 101 right now. What is that roll coming out from the 277? That's horrendous. 392.
Yeah, and then you get hit with 699 on the way back from the 60 TP. Stewie not going to be too pleased with that, nor will Safi, as he has now been taken down by Madhouse. Celestia on the reload is fodder for Dark to fire these shots through in the bat chat. One more left. Won't quite manage to get that kill, so Celestia might still have something to say about this game, but I think this well and truly goes the way of Bulldogs. It's going to be a case, though, for Archers of making sure that they can equalize the damage done, and maybe even then some. The two E100s arrive. Safi in the 50B has managed to get all 4 shots out, and that's already 2 tanks out of the picture for the Bulldogs. Madhouse isolated in a 1-on-4. And I have to say, Kev, I think this might be Archers to run away with the win.
AVP is only going to have 1 more shot, and he's going to be dead. And yeah, they'll get rid of return. Cool, but they're going to lose so much more.
Oh, here we go. The bat chat's dumping their clips on the return. I'm not even sure they're actually going to finish him off, Kev. He's managed to get the better of Ravi, and the bat chats go scurrying away. Dark still with 3 shots left in the clip. Will be able to do a sizable amount of damage to Safi if he continues this chase. Misses one, however, and so has to let him go at about half HP left. Though that eventually finishes returned off, but he also is low on HP and will not be lasting very much longer either. It's 2 bat chats against the world for Bulldogs. There's 15 seconds left on the clock here. Archers should get reset by Solve That, and Dark managing to pick up the kill onto Celestia certainly relieves some of that pressure that was building. There goes a nice one from AVP. So there was a moment there where Archers, if Bulldogs might have made a mistake, could have potentially walked away with a win here on the Ghost Town attack side. But now, I'm afraid I think it's too far gone. Driving down the A line, information is going to go over very quickly to the Bulldogs, and Safi will have to try and dodge a bunch of shots, but in fact, it's actually AVP that takes the brunt of fire. Now, where can Safi go? He still hasn't spotted Dark, has he? But he's going to, eventually. He's getting very close. Come on. No way. No way Dark remains unspotted in that bush.
Oh my goodness, and he's just going to get the killing blow. This is just absolutely huge. That's just patience. Patience from Dark, which is going to reward them, honestly, with a victory. What do you do here from Archers? Like, you can't spot this tier 100 LT when he goes unlit, because it's a tier 100 LT. And you're just going to sit there for the next 2.5 minutes just going, well, it's very hard to take the attack inside of Prokhorovka.
You're seeing a flank come through for the 50B, which will appear right at the bottom of your screen right now. Whippet makes the difference. He does get a shot in onto Aussie as well. I wonder if he actually survives here too. I think he should be able to do so. JT should eventually get overwhelmed by the E100, and it's kind of like what I was saying. The IS-4 is just going to be a little bit too slow. I mean, that rotation from Napalm, it was looking good, but Matildas strike while the iron is hot, and yes, he can get some shots in here as the E100s push onto JT, but it's 2 tanks for none.
Here we go, Jordan.
Well, this is exactly what I was hoping for. T57 heavies. It's going to be a playground for them if the shots do go through. JT, in his Super Conqueror, will manage to continue to slide damage through, but already Knight is taken down. Maybe not the target that they would have liked to have focused, with the Super Conqueror still in there, in the mix for Skorpions. They've got a lot of damage that they can pump out while the T57s are on reload, and Napalmer in the E3 is getting shots for free as well. Skorpions are starting to bring it back. 4-on-3, and the reload for Whippet, I mean, it's still quite a ways away. He's going to have a big rotation to make, and Bolognese is going to drop before Whippet has anything to say about it.
Well, there's the reset.
Spot. And this is going to be the shot on tonight.
Yeah.
Or maybe not. Fails as of yet, deciding not to fire the shot. Goes back behind the bush, so he's not going to be spotted when he fires his initial shells, although he does now get spotted, and the resets, I mean, they're starting to come through. Russian on 2 HP, but Knight is the one that has all that capping presence. Great shot, bails out of the picture, and now it's on to Whippet with 1 shell left. Needs to hit the shot onto Knight, and
oh my God,
cannot. Russian goes down, but there's no shells left for Whippet. There's no way he wins the 1v1.
I don't know, though. No cap pressure at this point in time. HP is firmly in the favor of the super heavies, and now JT. This is what I'm talking about with the E5. This is such an annoying part because the E5's got this damage. I mean, you talk about the rotations and everything. Sure, the E5's a little bit slower, but he's going to be able to come in here, just bully out this T57 heavy. Now, Bolognese is too low. He's on the wrong side, which means that they're going to use the mouse as a glorified punching bag. And you can see Napalmer, I think, has farmed up an absolute storm over here. Welcome back, Nappa. And even if the Bat Chats then collapse onto Aussie, because they're one shot at this point in time, it's just not enough. So the question is, does Lightning Man decide to go onto the one cap? Does he rotate back north? Try to make this pressure happen? They try to dip down. I don't think he can go through mid at the moment. You're going to get absolutely punished as Lightning Man. This is not the play that you should be making. The Panthers not expecting the Super Conqueror to still be there at north. And as a result, this has just gone terribly wrong.
He's struggling to get the reload off, but eventually we do get there. And now it's all hold barred for Panthers. They're going to go straight forward. They're going to try and farm these tanks up. They think they've got enough of HP advantage that they can, again, just send it. And this time, I think it's going to work.
Bit of World Takes Action coming at you on a Friday night. It's been a good one so far, gents. That was a surprising victory to the Matildas. Honestly, I can't wait to see what the scoreboard looks like at the end of tonight. I think things are going to be a little bit shook up. I think maybe the Archers are a little bit shook as well. And the Matildas proved to us they're back in it, and our predictions are wrong. And I had 2+2 in my fantasy league, but I didn't have Bales in my fantasy league. So I'm not sure what that means, but I'm probably still in the bin for fantasy league predictions. Thankfully, I don't have to feel so bad. I can get back into it, hype it back up with things, because we get to see our hot shot competition videos from last week. Hashtag ANZPL Hot Shot Comp, presented by Ironside Coffee. And we picked the best 4 clips from each week, gents, and we share it on social on a Monday. And this is clip A from last week, and this is Safi running around and not being able to find Dark. Kev, is this T100 LT right where he is, Dark right there? Is that a usual spot, or is Saf just blind IRL and in his tank?
Definitely not a usual spot, and there's no way that you can really dig it out unless you get into a proximity range. I think they definitely... I was talking with Dark afterwards a little bit about this one. Apparently they knocked down a bush around A3 and A4 to maybe try and fake out the fact that maybe a light tank was over there. So definitely something that was well thought out by the Brisbane Bulldogs, and obviously you can see it was at a very important time in the tiebreaker, so what a time to pull it out.
Yeah, perfect time, played off, and poor Safi didn't have any clue what was going on. Well done, Ninja Dark. Let's go and take a look now at clip B, no cap, kill all, Elfish Guy. We're here on Ghost Town. What's this one about?
Yeah, this one was a super tight finish between Skorpions and Matildas, wasn't it? It sort of felt like it could still go either way. I thought Bales and Whippet might actually be able to get those resets, but some very, very good shots coming through, particularly that one from Russian to kill Bales inevitably makes the difference. Whippet, he does get the kill on the Russian, but he's not able to get the kill onto Knight, which means he's also obviously not able to get the reset onto Knight. And so in the end, there was no real chance that they were going to be dropping that one, the Skorpions, after that initial kill went through onto Bale. So very, very tight finish, some clutch shooting, and
yeah, this was actually one of the best, I think. Like, obviously not just clips, but out of the entirety of last week, and it really did come down to the line. So you just look at the Matildas here, and you know how they went last week. You're just like, well, if it was this week's Matildas playing the Skorpions last week, maybe things would have turned out differently. Let's move across to clip C, Kev, and 4-star plays. The Conquerors v. the Panthers. What are we seeing?
Never mind.
That's right. Buff Hamster can't actually get the reset onto Lightning Man, so he has to drive in. He gets lit at the very end there, and I remember this actually. They managed to sneak Lightning Man onto the cap, and obviously this was Buff Hamster's first game, and unfortunately the Conquerors just go down barely without a fight. I mean,
yeah,
that was definitely, if you had him on your team as a 4-star, you'd be kind of kicking yourself a little bit. That's all I'm saying. Sorry, Buff, mate.
4-star plays? Yeah, well, I had Madhouse. How's my 4 stars going? We'll find out that one a little bit later on. But this is kind of what we were talking about earlier tonight, right? Where you've got so many tanks left, but you can't come through with the cap. And once again, it's the T100 LT. So that's clip C. Let's go and take a look at our fourth and final clip. It's going to be clip D, Action X on fire. And Jordan, we are back on Ghost Town.
Yeah, this one. This is, I think, them catching off Rainbow from behind. This was really, really nicely played by the two Bat Chats on Action X. I felt like that was a massive difference maker for them. Very good flank, and it's always difficult, I think, if you're the sole Bat Chat against the two. In this case, obviously, Rainbow, the individual. But, in the end, it doesn't really make too much of a difference whether this fire comes out or not. It's just a nice little meme, a nice little joke based on what happened to them in week 1 against the Bulldogs. But yeah, overall, I thought that this was actually a very nicely played game by Action X. So, I mean, the fire is one thing, but it was more so just the flank, really, that I think is the big winner for Action X on this clip.
Yeah, this was a pretty brutal series, to be perfectly honest. And the Action X really turned up in kind of the same way the Matildas did this week. So great to see it, and certainly deserving of an ANZPL hot shot clip. So that's our 4 clips from last week. They go up on World of Tanks ANZ on Twitter on Mondays. And you can win a year's supply of Ironside coffee, which is pretty good. I've had some. I have legitimately 4 bags of the APCR coffee that they released, I think, last year, and I absolutely love it. So you can get out there, support it, vote, take a look, and we run it each and every week. You want to know any more, !Ironside in chat to find out whatever you need to know. So it's been a bit of a crazy night so far tonight, gents. Let's take a look at our next matchup of the evening. It's the Conquerors up against the Bulldogs. Jordan, I know we've all picked Bulldogs. I'm personally not expecting the Conquerors to come out here and prove us wrong again. But look, if they need to start doing something, right? They need to get this season on a roll.
Yeah, I mean, Conquerors have been having a pretty rough run of it this season. They're the only team with 3 losses out of the 3 games that have been played. It felt like last week was really their good opportunity to sort of get off the bottom of the standings, but that one was nabbed away by Perth Panthers in what ended up being reasonably convincing fashion. So I don't think that's a particularly amazing sign for the Conquerors heading into what will actually be a top of the table versus bottom of the table clash here between Bulldogs and Conquerors. So, I mean, if they're not going to get it done last week against the Panthers, I struggle to imagine that they'll be able to have a lot of success tonight against Bulldogs. But to be fair, we've already seen one surprising game. We've already seen one that has subverted our expectations, with Matildas getting the better of Archers in the first match. So it's not without precedent that there is, still some chances here for Conquerors. I just think that this is going to be a really, really tough game for them, and they're going to have to work very hard, and they're going to have to probably step up, 2, 3, 4 times from some of the stuff that we've seen them in the first few weeks, because Bulldogs is a team that's on another level, very, very cohesive, and the Conquerors, I mean, they've got some good players, they've got some good stuff coming through that we've seen from them, but I mean, if they haven't been able to beat some of the teams that they've already played against, what reason do you have to believe that they're going to beat the team that is currently sitting at the top of the standings?
Yeah, that's exactly right. They've had 3 weeks to get their team together, get things going, and now they're up against the team that sits at the top of the table. The Brisbane Bulldogs, Kev, they've had a fantastic season so far. We talk about how, Madhouse joined and they kind of shook things up a little bit at the start of last season. It took them a while to get through season 2. They had a great run through to the finals and fell at the final hurdle up against the North Sydney Sentinels in the grand final at Fortress Melbourne. But this season has been a whole other level for me. The individual plays have been great. I've heard some rumors, Kev, that some people don't like their strats and their shot calling. But as far as I'm concerned, they're looking unbeatable at the moment.
Yeah, I mean, it's a whole case of sometimes, and I occasionally, I do play a lot with Dark and Madhouse, and I have chats with them. Also play with AVP the other day, and they're very much a team that kind of 3 callers. Sometimes you look at that and go, oh, how is that going to go? Because obviously Ravi, Madhouse, and Dark will play a lot in that core 5 that we do see week to week, but so far it's looked really good. They're making the correct calls, they're making the correct rotation plays, and at the end, it's looking officials, whatever works, right? The one thing is, if you're unable to make it work in a scrim, Scrims are scrims. I think Dark has put it. If you're losing scrims, but you know why you're losing them, then that's good because it means that you're able to identify what's weak. And look, if it's working for the Brisbane Bulldogs, then I have to say that obviously it's solid for them.
Yeah, it certainly has been solid so far, and it definitely has felt like their individual decision-making has worked out quite well. You know, when push comes to shove and they're under pressure and you have to make a split-second decision, those decisions seem to be correct the majority of the time. And when someone makes that call, everyone else seems to know how to react. Our big matchup, Critical versus Soldat, and it's a rough matchup to see when you see that battle win rate percentage, obviously. For Critical, Jordan, the Conquerors have been struggling this season. But as we said today, as I think you said just a couple of minutes ago, it's time for some of these players to stand up if they want to find some points on the board.
I certainly think so. It's an interesting matchup, actually, isn't it? Because Soldat, to me, seems like the kind of player that gets pulled in every now and then. He's not in there for every single game, but when he is in there, he's sort of in there for a reason. And I think that's why you're seeing him have a few less battles played than Critical, right? He seems to sort of share the game time with some of the other members on the Bulldogs roster. As far as tanks played are concerned, I mean, they both pick up the VZ55 here and there, but it seems like Soldat's more of that heavy tank presence, whereas Critical, he finds himself in the heavies and the mediums on a fairly consistent basis. So I think two sort of similar players in terms of the tanks that they play, but in terms of the roles that they fill within the team, a little bit different. Critical definitely, getting in there as one of the more core players for his roster.
Certainly is. It's Ghost Town, Sand River, and Muravanka. Kev, so we're about to head into this game. There's a lot at stake here for the Conquerors. You take a look at these maps. Ghost Town's been a little bit 50-50. Sand River, very defensive side of the Bulldogs have looked good. What can the Conquerors do tonight to come out of this one with at least 1 point on the board?
I don't know, Ben. It's going to be difficult. They're going to have to play out of their minds and show something new. But that said, I think the word on the grapevine as well is that the Bulldogs have something thought up as well, Ben.
Oh, it's going to be rough, that's for sure. It's the Bulldogs up against the Conquerors. We head on to Ghost Town, the Conquerors, the home team for tonight. So they pick this map and they'll be starting off on defense.
I mean, I think there's going to have to be some pretty big games being put in here by Conquerors to get much against Bulldogs, who are very fast onto the cap. You said they've got something thought up. Is this what they're talking about? Dark in a T100 LT on a cap. I mean, is he even technically in a bush? Is that technically a bush? By the looks of things,
What?
It is.
Okay, he's lit.
Oh.
No, he's lit. Thank God for that.
I was going to
my
say,
goodness.
surely not. I feel like he's trolling at that point. Whoa! He's actually managed to get across. So that's all good. But that really didn't look like it was a substantial enough bush to provide any reasonable camo for Dark. And I thought Bulldogs had done like a big brain thing where they figured something out that no one's even thought of. But turns out Slayer still gets the info, so maybe not a big deal.
I think they played too much HP out over here. Obviously, this was not the play, I think, at the end of the day. Look at that. Conquerors are 3k up at this point in time, and it's going to take something pretty huge to turn it around. They need to, ammo rack one of these vehicles, really just destroy the HP deficiency, but that's not going to happen. It really isn't. So, I mean, tracking shots aren't going to help out. The fact they're losing HP all across, I think Conquerors will go up very quickly to a 1-0 lead.
It certainly seems that way. Madhouse around the back here is going to have a little bit of a brawl with Bluey, or at least he's going to get a free shot in as Bluey. A little bit more preoccupied, firing some shots in the direction of Ravi. I'm not exactly sure what that really was from Bulldogs. I don't know what ended up happening there. I want to have a look back on the replays because it feels like this game was over before it really began. It's highly irregular to see a T100 LT on the cap like that, and so I thought Bulldogs had just pulled a rabbit out the hat, pulled out some big brain strategy that no one really had expected, but it doesn't seem like that is the case at all.
No, I was expecting a big brain strategy, but that was just, I don't know, man. Like I've had worse plays actually in pubs with some of these guys. I'll be real. I've made some real dodgy calls before in the past, and that one probably is interesting. I'll leave it as interesting.
More like big bin strategies. That was the Bulldogs in the bin for sure. I know dogs do like to sort of get around and, look for scraps and stuff, but not the Bulldogs that we expected to see. The Conquerors, though, they picked the map, Jordan, looking good. They're on defense. I'm not even sure how that all went south there for the Bulldogs. It's one thing to not necessarily expect them to win. I just didn't expect them to lose so quickly.
Yeah, I mean, yeah, I think that's probably a good way of putting it. I didn't expect them to just capitulate like that. Like I said, it seemed like that round just didn't exist. It was like Bulldogs just drove out, and then let's have a look here on the replays or on the stats and see if that's going to give us any more information than what we had already gathered. The Super Conquerors just farming up a ton of damage for Conquerors. It's a nice start to the series. Obviously, he fills them with a bit of confidence, but Bulldogs didn't manage to win on their attack last week against the Archers either of Ghost Town, and so it'll be on the defense where we might get to see them flex their muscles a little bit. And to be fair, it is the Conquerors map choice, so maybe it's not one that Bulldogs have been putting a lot of work into. Maybe they're not too comfortable on the attack of Ghost Town. As long as they can get a 1-1 here and then do a good job on their own map, which is Sand River, then maybe they still walk away with a pretty respectable series. However, it does kind of concern me because you look at Sand River and you say it's probably not a 2-0 map. It's probably a 1-1 map, all things considered. So I don't know. Maybe we're on track for a tiebreaker already if this next one goes the way of Bulldogs.
Yeah, well, I guess that's, we said looking for at least a point tonight, but that's a great start from the Conquerors. A decisive victory on the defensive side. And Kev, look, as we said, I don't know how it got done so quickly, but maybe some questionable strategies there from the Bulldogs coming out on attack. Certainly, I can't imagine any of it went as they'd intended.
Yeah, I mean, that's a nice little try, obviously trying to sneak a T100 LT onto the cap. But surely at some stage you look at that and go, wow, I wonder where the T100 LT is. There's 2 tanks on the cap. I can't see the second tank. I'm going to push in. So, I don't know. I like the nice little attempt at the end there, but obviously it doesn't really work out. And from that point, obviously, it's just going to be Conquerors all the way. They got the tanks to bleed out. Like I said, I like this. Apparently this is a bush, Jordan. Apparently this is a bush.
Apparently?
But, it's not enough. I don't think it was apparently Slayer that lit him. It might have been Tuck that lit him at the end of the day. So, take it as you will. Once again, though, I still don't think it would have worked because you would eventually look at it and go, there's 2 tanks on the cap. What's going on over here? And someone's going to YOLO in because you're going to be more than confident to take that fight. So, I don't know. Obviously, it's one of those scenarios that maybe if there was more, a little bit more time that it was ticked down on the cap, maybe you try to pressure Conquerors into making a poorer move, you can win some of these fights. But at that stage, obviously, it's as soon as the game's up, the cat's out of the bag, it's always going to be a one-sided street from there with that tank composition.
Yeah, well, Conquerors pick up a point, and as Elfish Guy alluded to, if things work out the way, we might expect them to, particularly on Sand River, this could be a point on the board. I know we're getting a long way ahead of ourselves, but you can only get there one battle at a time, right? And the Conquerors have the first battle in the bag. So flip things around, put the Conquerors here on attack, and certainly a little bit tougher. The Bulldogs, though, perhaps some pressure on them now. Have a decent defensive side here of Ghost Town. Let's see what the Conquerors have in store.
Yeah, I'm just taking a look back on the replay of that last game as well. And on the topic of the bush, I think it actually was Tuck. You are right, Kev, that spotted out the T100 LT. It wasn't Slayer in the Super Conqueror on the front side. It was because Tuck had pushed so far out the ramp to the side, and maybe that was a failure of positioning from the Bulldogs' heavy tanks to kind of allow Tuck that much room to work with. Either way, it's in the past. It's something that we can theorize about as we do go through the rest of this series, but it's not the most important thing to think about right now. That, however, is not a bad start from the Bulldogs. Bluey already getting tagged down a little bit in the bat chat. You'll take every bit of free damage that you can get against the bat chat. Bulldogs looking a little bit better on the defense to start things off.
Yeah, for sure. I mean, this is where I really like the Tier 100 LT now. I think the more that I'm seeing at ANZPL, the more that we're starting to see some of the new equipment come out, because we always talk about the exhaust that's, I think the bouncy or the bonded exhaust that's come out, which adds additional camouflage to your vehicle, all these other things. It makes it so hard to dig out an LT in comparison. You have to look at all the equipment that's available and you go, well, T100 LT isn't really designed for combat, right? And I have to see what Dark's running on his light tank, but I would run something filthy. I'd run like CVS, Commander's Vision, on the first slot. I'd run bonded optics and then bonded camouflage or like bonded exhaust to make sure that this thing just doesn't get spotted or over spots. And like, what do you do? Like, as a bat chat player, there is no way that you're going to ever outspot a T100 LT unless he makes a severe misplay. And even then, the T100 LT is just not going to get lit at certain positions. So,
Yeah, I've started to come around to the T100 LT. I remember having this conversation in Season 2 and even back in Season 1 where we saw some light tank gameplay from a lot of teams that I thought was pretty lackluster. But I think that the T100 LT has been used a lot more effectively this season than what it has been in previous seasons. So I agree. I feel like it's a fantastic pick in the right hands. And so Bulldogs are one of the teams that have actually been able to convert those kinds of positions and those kinds of tanks. And I don't think it's a bad choice by any means for them to pick that T100 LT up. Dark does a great job in it. We will see Conquerors get themselves onto the cap. Buff Hamster in the E100. He'll manage to get on with only taking the one shot from the E3, so not the worst of situations for him.
And
also
herein lies
some damage back.
I was going to say, herein lies a problem at the moment, actually, for the Bulldogs. How do you actually push back in here without bleeding HP? Because Cold's going to have to bleed a little bit towards Slayer to even get in position to get the reset. Oh, I don't think you want to be peaking an E3, though, as an E100. I don't think those trades are very good. I mean, yeah, sure, but you're trading out like a 1500 for doing the ability to do 1000 damage. Eventually, that's going to work in the favor of an E3 versus an E100. Especially now that AVP's just put himself in a kind of like just a single firing corridor. So the question is how this fight between Madhouse and Critical is going to go, because this brawl in the north is going to be very, or towards the left, is going to be very, very vital.
Well, it looks like Madhouse might be copying the worst of it. Critical is looking pretty good. He should have at least one more in the chamber here. Probably needs the high roll. I don't think Critical has any more left, so Madhouse will survive. As is often the case in the Bat Chat brawls, if the first shot doesn't quite connect or if there's some low rolls here and there, you don't quite manage to finish off your opposing tanker, but overall, that's still a win for Conquerors in the Bat Chat engagement. Can see Dark rotating down from the north to maybe provide some assistance over there to Madhouse. That is something we'll keep an eye on. For now, though, resets coming through pretty comfortably for Bulldogs. AVP in the E3. Tagged down pretty heavily, though, so he can't be quite as eager to take trades anymore, and it'll sort of fall on the shoulders of Cold to manage the rest of the resets as required.
Yeah, Ravi is also coming into the fight here as well, but Critical, he's doing a fantastic job so far in the Bat Chat. We're highlighting him as a player that needs to make the impact, that he's not only won that one-on-one against Madhouse to obviously put him down, obviously he didn't kill him, but put Madhouse down low enough so...
Yeah, but Dark's making a play now.
He needs to. Dark needs to go in.
Yeah, Dark in that T100 LT. He knows that Bat Chat's fired a couple of shots. He knows he's going to be safe to survive against Critical. However, maybe if an Ignite comes into the picture, then Dark will not be quite so comfortable anymore. The engine was damaged. He is still on the chase. It looks like Critical is on the reload. So Dark should be grabbing this kill every day of the week. This should be the first pick of the game. Never mind, Bluey got Madhouse. So it'll be an exchange for the Bat Chance, and he's taking Dark a little bit of time to get the better of Critical here. Wants to make sure he doesn't lose too much HP by ramming that Bat Chat. Now, however,
the ammo rack comes out.
Reload did come across for Critical. He's getting a lot of RNG luck, but even still, Dark will manage to chase him down. Slayer in the Super Conqueror doesn't have a shot by the looks of things onto Dark, rotating back out. And Ravi's found Bluey, so there's fights on all sides of the map right now.
Did Ravi get a blind shot in?
Bulldogs might have come out just slightly ahead.
Ravi might have just got a blind shot into Blue, which would have been absolutely huge at the end of the day, because you have to look at the situation. Bluey on that extremity, sure he's a one, he's still able to be put in a position where he can do some damage. Like obviously now in control of the rest of the map, but 25 seconds left on the cap. Someone has to go in for the reset. Who is it going to be? The problem is that Cold is obviously getting tagged quite low. He's going to cop another shot, at the very least two, but he does get the reset at the end of the day. But now, so many one-shots on the side of Bulldogs. Oh my goodness, Conquerors might be able to come up with a victory here. They should be able to, surely. They've got the HP for it.
Well, I don't know. Ravi's going to have to be the difference maker, isn't he, in that 50B? But is it even possible? He might be able to take down Royal Kiwi. I hear the shell being loaded into the tank, and he does manage to take the 1-for-1. Dark, in the meanwhile, is out in the middle of nowhere in that T100 LT. He is going to have to be the insurance policy for Bulldogs. Does Ravi have any shells left in the clip? If he's got one...
He's got two.
He's got two. Okay, I mean... If he can get those two into Slayer, that would be big news. Proxy spot comes through. He should get one worst case scenario. And that is going to be all that he'll end up managing as Slayer just rams him to finish it off. But is capping really an option here for the Conquerors? Dark, obviously, in that T100 LT, should be able to flit around the outskirts of the cap, maybe look for a reset. And I guess it's a question of how fast Slayer can actually get back onto this cap.
Oh, Slayer will be able to get onto the cap. The question is, how do you approach this position? I think for Dark, because the problem is there is no way that you can really approach this. Conquerors might go up 2-0 over here, and that's actually huge. This is just down to some, once again, the Bat Chat's just winning a fight that they need to. And, Bob's your uncle. Slayer has been spotted out, though, so obviously Dark realizes what's going on. But once again, what angle do you approach from here as a tier 100 LT? All you need to do is get a single shot in. Single reset and you just get out of there. But the question is, how do you put a shot into an E100 and a Super Conqueror while getting out alive?
Drive-by? Oh, he doesn't have too much time to work with. He's taking a really safe route around. Has he given himself enough time to work with here, Dark? I don't think that he has. There's 8 seconds left. He's looking for the information. He's not finding the spots. They're not in the position that he thought they were. There's the info, though, and here's the shot coming through. Connected by Slayer. Dark can't get it done this time for the Bulldogs, and Conquerors will go up 2-0 against the top of the table.
The Conquerors are on a roll. The Bulldogs not looking like we've seen them at all this season, but the Conquerors certainly with an advantage. They've come out ready tonight. It's very impressive to see. 2 games so far, and I think I saw a stat that was like they haven't had an attacking side victory all season. So that's the first Conquerors attacking side win. So you absolutely love to see it, but it really didn't feel like the Bulldogs were prepared for this one, Kev. And for the Conquerors to go 2-0 up, they just looked so much better. The best, as good as we've seen them all season so far.
Yeah, absolutely. And this is coming down to, I feel like, a lot of play coming from Critical. Honestly, Critical and Slayer, I think we have to mention a couple of shots that come in from Slayer over there. 10 out of 10 shots in a Bat Chat. He's outplayed Madhouse, which we consider is one of the better Bat Chat players inside the league. He's outplayed Madhouse. Then he does enough to obviously get rid of a lot of Dark's HP. Then Slayer chips in to make sure Dark is on that one shot. There's no playmaking potential at tier 100 LT. Really well done from the captain and the Conquerors. Really well done from the new pickup as well. And this has allowed them to honestly get that 2-0. You can go, sure, I mean, the defense, Bulldogs is a bit of a niche strategy which didn't work out. But I think this attack was a lot more convincing. They had a proper setup. They got the focus fire down. They understood what they need to do with the Bat Chats. And look, at the end of the day, that's perfect. You can't complain about that. So,
yeah, there's. What are your thoughts here, Jordan? Because it kind of really feels like this is the first time the Conquerors have turned up, both in result, but even if these games had gone the other way, right? Even if the Bulldogs come away with a victory or we'd gone 1-1 with, defensive side wins, is this just them playing better, or is it the Bulldogs, in the bin, essentially, for tonight?
I mean, look, I don't know if I even want to say this, but I think in that particular round, there was a couple of things that went the way of the Conquerors that, Bulldogs might be getting a bit of karma for what happened, to work out for them in week number 1, right? There's so many fires from them against Action X in week 1 of the competition. This time, I'm looking at Dark trying to get the better of, I think it was Critical in that Bat Chat. He gets set on fire where he loses a bit of extra HP, so there's that to think about. Then he gets his ammo rack damaged as well in the later stages of that fight. So what if he doesn't get set on fire? What if he doesn't, get that ammo rack damaged? What if he finishes Critical off with a substantial amount of HP left? He can get that reset. He can afford to take a hit of damage from the Super Conqueror. Maybe Bulldogs walks away with a win there. Now, and, it's obviously, by the by, it's in the past. But when the game is that close, it's those little things that can definitely make a big difference. And I think that, there was more of a chance for Bulldogs had those things gone their way as opposed to going the Conquerors' way. And now this is obviously something that happens on both sides. We've seen it in the past, right? Bulldogs have had their fair share of good luck and bad luck, and so has Conquerors. So, of course, you have to take advantage of the opportunities that you've got. But I still think Bulldogs is looking, at least on that defensive side, not terrible. So I'm not prepared to say this is a series done and dusted just yet. Sand River could still be a 2-0, even though I think it's a 1-1 map. Obviously, Conquerors in a good spot to finish it off right here and now. But I think Bulldogs can also come back in.
Elfish Guy with a very interesting take on the situation. Some may agree, others disagree. I, for one, agree with his expert analysis. Sand River going to be an interesting map for sure. We'll see whether the Bulldogs can make the most of it. Great fight indeed.
Speaking of expert analysis, I wish we were able to have Skell on the analysis desk. I reckon he's got a big brain. I even taught him how to make sausage rolls once, and he said they were really good. So he gets a gold star from me. Let's see if Bulldogs are going to get a gold star as well, Kev. They're going to need they're going to need the 2-0, aren't they? That's pretty much the takeaway heading into the second map. Madhouse this time is the one that's in the T100 LT, and Dark is in a bat chat. So that seems like a bit of a role reversal to me.
Yeah, potentially they're looking at it and going like Madhouse couldn't really land a couple of shots in the bat chat. He might be molding a little bit, so they decide to give that role over to Dark instead, who's been pretty on point with some of the shots so far. Not a bad choice, unless you got Madhouse, obviously, for your fantasy team. Then you two might be molding a little bit. And I do know that there actually is a bit of a clan right now that's called Mold. So if you are a bit of a molder yourself, you can join them.
Message plan for you.
Yeah, I mean, I did get the offer from Little Stewie. So if you are interested, PM Stewie, and of obviously the Auckland Archers fame, I heard he's also got a couple of M60 codes to give away as a couple of spares. So
that's yeah, I mean that's a good plan. I'll hit him up after this game. But on the topic of the T100 LT for the fantasy points, I actually think it is a tank you can really farm fantasy points in. You know, if you're a good T100 LT player, you definitely can pick up a bunch there. I look towards someone like Russian to do that, and that'll be something that we keep an eye on for the next series. But it's not the kind of tank you see and you say, oh no, we're not going to get any fantasy points out of Madhouse.
I honestly think today we're going to see an upset. I think Conquerors will take this 3-0. I've just got that sensation.
Well, it looks good for them so far, doesn't it? AVP has been tagged down a little bit in that Kranwagen. There's a decent amount of map control starting to be established for the Bulldogs, but they are not necessarily looking like their decisive selves this evening. And Conquerors on the defensive Sand River. I mean, you couldn't really ask for a better situation to be in, could you, right? You move on to Sand River. Very defensive-sided map. Even if it is a pocket pick of Bulldogs, I mean, you can't go against the stats. Conquerors should be able to close it out here.
Theoretically, I mean, you have to look at just also the tanks as well and what you're trying to achieve as well as the Bulldogs right now. So obviously early on, you try to get this mid control, you try to dislodge this VZ, but I don't even think AVP's got shots in at this point in time. You can see he's trying to find a couple of shots. He's trying to spot out some of these other tanks, but he's really in no man's land at this point in time. I say no man's land because obviously Conquerors can't dump over and push. They don't know where the STB is. They don't know exactly where, you know, the bat chat is of Dark at the same time. Now the cap pressure is going to begin from Madhouse. This is what we're talking about earlier. You need to start some cap pressure. You should be aware of this position most of the time as well, that it's going to be low down in the tip. We've seen this before a couple of times. Obviously, low profile of the tier 100 LT is going to make it very hard to hit, but there is a couple of positions that you can at least try to make it work. So
yeah, we'll be seeing some blind fire headed in his direction, if nothing else. Slayer looks like he's starting to have a bit of a peek, see what he can hit. No connection just yet. He's still got a minute and a half to play with, so nothing too scary just yet for the Bulldogs. Nice little tag from AVP onto Critical. Slides one through on the Kranwagen, but he's now on reload. Tuck not opting to push over to try and force the issue all that much. I don't think Conquerors are in a particularly dangerous situation just yet. They're more than happy to give Slayer some time to just blind fire this cap and hope that he can get a bit of work done.
I think the problem, obviously, for the Bulldogs right now is this rotation that's coming out from Kane at the moment. The STB1's going to get into a fantastic position to get some cross shots, and AVP is going to go down, and that's a lot of your mid control. The whole fact that you keep your Kronwagen here is just threat in that position. Dark's going to be spotted going into the tip. The fact he doesn't get shot at all means, yeah, that's actually pretty good, because he's going to get rid of the VZ. So Crit's going to go down, unfortunately, over here. He's just going to try and do as much damage as possible, but Ravi's pushing it at the same time. Oh, this is really, really good now for the Bulldogs because they obviously have some of this control. Ammo rack onto Crit as well. Dark, though, will be able to clean things up. AVP goes down in the meantime. Dark still has 2 shots left. We'll be able to get those out onto Bluey to help out Ravi. Now the mid push is going to come through from the Super Conk and the ground bargain, but Bluey misses the shot onto Dark. Obviously, 10 seconds left. Someone's going to have to get the reset. they will surely be able to get the reset, but they might bleed out a little bit more.
Well, the question is, how far can they go? Madhouse only just now getting spotted. Yes, he is indeed going to be reset. Yes, he's probably going to get taken down as well. He's on the run at the moment. It's 4-on-4. I feel like Madhouse probably should have, just cut his losses there and decided to move a little bit earlier. The reset was always going to come through. Maybe he would have had a bit more HP to play with if he had have booked it straight away. Needs this kill, though, onto Bluey before Tuck finishes him off. Can't get it. Bulldogs have not quite pulled off the victory on the attack. It was close. It was very close, Kev. But it doesn't look like it's going to happen this time. Ravi, he's locked in a one-on-one against a Super Conqueror, which is an STB1 is not really where you'd want to be, not to mention the fact that he'd still have another 3 tanks left to finish off, even if he got this one done. And it looks like Slayer is just having a bit of a good time as Bulldogs will go down on the attack of Sand River. It was a mighty fine attempt from them, but Conquerors will get their 3-0. That is the second upset of the evening as far as I'm concerned.
Oh, it's a huge upset. Going from strength to strength tonight. 2 crazy results in a row. We said this is the time. It's now or never. And I'm going to be honest, I didn't expect the Conquerors to come out and take down the Bulldogs and to do it in such an impressive fashion. They look like an entirely different team this week, Kev. And to take down, we've still got a map. This could be a 4-0. And to take down the Bulldogs, the team at the top of the ladder, as yet undefeated until now, and to come and make that your first victory of the season, that's quintessential ANZPL as far as I'm concerned.
I feel like it's always week 4 that everything gets topsy-turvy at the end of the day, Ben. You look back at all the previous seasons, the season 1, that's when Archers started struggling. Season 2, that's when Adelaide Action X started struggling after running to a red-hot start. And I'm just wondering, Bulldogs, is this the case once again? Or is it a resurgence of the Conquerors? I do feel like it's a huge resurgence, really well played from them, especially the rotations on the STB ones, understanding what danger tanks they need to dig out. At the end of the day, I have to say, I really enjoyed how the Conquerors played that defense.
It looked good, Jordan. We've seen, let's be real, defensive side Sand River for the Conquerors. It kind of feels like obviously they're at an advantage. You don't see that many attacking side victories on Sand River, but if a team's going to do it, it's going to be the Bulldogs, and they've looked pretty good in attack in the past. Were there moments there where you felt like maybe the Bulldogs let that slip away? Obviously, we had Madhouse on the cap for quite a while. Maybe he ducks off a little bit earlier. I can understand, though, wanting, you're 2 seconds away from the cap.
Yeah.
You don't want to move. You're hoping for a miracle.
Yeah, look, I don't think there was ever a situation where I felt like Bulldogs threw it away. I thought that they were actually in with a really good chance, but it was a nice little fight back, a very, very nicely timed push from Conquerors, to be honest. I think that it was really down to Conquerors playing well on the defense, not necessarily Bulldogs throwing it away, although that is closer than anyone has ever gotten, I think, on the attack of Sand River to winning a game. And on the topic of Madhouse moving away, I'm not sure that it would have ended up making too much difference, to be honest. Maybe he could have danced around a little bit. Maybe he could have gotten 1 or 2 more shots in. But given how many players were still alive for Conquerors at the end of that round and how big the HP deficit was, probably not a massive factor. Yeah. But, hindsight is 20/20, right?
Absolutely is, except for me. I still can't see. But the thing here, right, Kev, we look at this and you go, if you are the Bulldogs, you really can't afford to go out of Ghost Town 2-0 down, right? You can't put yourself in a situation where you need to get 2 points on Sand River, as good as you are. It's just a bad place to be in. And I don't think we should be surprised that they lose when they have to attack on Sand River. That should be the expected result, even up a team against a team like the Conquerors. And I can't help but go back to Ghost Town and the result, particularly on the defensive side, and you just have to go, well, you kind of handed this across in that one particular battle.
Yeah, for sure. I think it's also we obviously have to criticize Bulldogs a little bit, considering they are the top of the leaderboard, but also big kudos to the Conquerors to show up in this manner and to take the series convincingly as well, Ben.
Yeah, they're looking great. This is such a massive deal for the Christchurch Conquerors, and now they've got 3 points on the board. They've kind of stifled the run here for the Bulldogs. And we go into Battle 4, Jordan, and this is sort of the end result here doesn't matter. So I wonder what we're going to see.
Yeah, I mean, it doesn't matter in terms of the series overall, but those extra little, tiebreaker potential chances for Bulldogs could be a factor. Fantasy points definitely still on the line. Madhouse immediately spotted by the CS63 of Tuck. It seems like Conquerors have really done their research. They know to go close to that ridge to proxy spot. Madhouse gets a lucky bounce and seems to have scooted out there okay.
I think they 2 shots ricocheted off him, so that's what you get sometimes for getting a T54 and squishing it. Still has some armor values, but this is a fantastic start for the Conquerors, considering, once again, you look at the tanks they brought in. Obviously, they don't have the most HP. They've gotten the CS relatively unscathed into a very strong position. They've got control of the river. They pushed the T100 LT into a very poor scenario. This is not where you want to be as a light tank driver. You don't want to be back at your base, just spotting absolutely nothing at all. Like, this is
no info at all.
Yeah, like this is really well done from the Conquerors, and I have to say, like, once again, I can't have more than words of praise at the moment on how they're playing, and generally, like, that's what the Conquerors are known for. They're the Kingslayers. Whenever it comes to the series where we go, well, Conquerors are struggling, there's no way they win the series. They pull a coup, and they just decide to slice the head off the Kings, just like the French do. Speaking of the French, look how many French tanks they've got. 2,
yeah. I thought there was going to be something more to that, but to be honest, I'm a bit disappointed it was only 2. I thought, maybe I'd miss something.
Yeah, the AMX-30B comes out.
Yeah, something interesting. But it is a nice little analogy that you draw there, because it was Conquerors last season that did this exact same thing to the Sentinels and sort of sent Sentinels on a bit of a spiral for, I'd say, 2 or 3 weeks during the middle stages of Season 2. Obviously, in the end, Sentinels came good. But I wonder if this is going to have some more longer-lasting effects to Bulldogs. A match that they've now lost, which no one expected them to lose at all, really. But Conquerors have done a number to them today. And the Bat Chat's like, well, they look like they want to continue to push the issue a little bit here. Bluey and Critical maybe chase down Ravi. They've been spotted, so the info's there for the Bulldogs, but they're in all sorts at the moment, and Ravi completely isolated. I mean, he's not going to last too long. You might get another couple of shots out here, but those Bat Chats should have him on lockdown, no problems at all.
Not if they're missing a couple of these shots. They need to make sure they're landing these shots at the end of the day. There we go, guys. Ravi, though, I mean, this is... there's still a couple of shots missing from the Bat Chat. This is not on, man. This is... That should have been a clean conversion. That should have been the difference between your Critical being on 800 HP with shots not being missed to now him being a one-shot. Now, obviously, Bulldogs, they still have, I think, the mid-control. I think that's really important to note. And this is what I mean. The difference now, Soldat can come in here and actually have another effective one-on-one against this other Bat Chat. Well, Bluey's legged it.
Yeah, I think Soldat is going to catch him, though. Or at least he's going to try and chase him down. Doesn't look like there's too much craziness going on here. Bluey is really under the pump from that STB1. Reload has come through, but you're not quite going to have enough DPS here as Bluey to really do anything too substantial. Soldat will finish things off quite nicely. Is tracked, but overall, it is a little bit of redemption here by the looks of things for Bulldogs. They should finish it off with a win on the defense, which, if they weren't able to do that, if they weren't able to pick up a win on the defense, then I think we probably would have had a few more concerns surrounding Bulldogs from this week, but it seems like they'll get it done here. Conquerors, I think they've done what they set out to do, though, really. You can't be too concerned about a loss on the attack of Sand River.
You gotta love that as well, the Ignite coming into Dark. A little bit of karma coming back, and I agree with you as well, Jordan. Look, Conquerors, you always have to look on how the attack goes, and honestly, if the Bat Chat's able to stay alive, I'd say that would have been a bit of a difference. We might be talking about that, but it's a 3-1 victory, so you're not going to be too hung up on that if you're the Conquerors.
No, that's about as good as you'd expect anyone to do against the Bulldogs all season. It's the best anyone has done so far in Season 3. So whilst the Bulldogs may win that battle, the Conquerors win the match and take the 3 points. Their first victory of the season, their first attacking side win of the season, the first team to defeat the Bulldogs this season, and 2 from 2 tonight, where the casters are in the bin. And the underdogs have come through with the victory. I can't help but wonder, gents, if even half this Conquerors, if a team half as good as what we just saw then for the Conquerors turned up last week against the Panthers, Kev, I think anything would have been possible, to be honest.
Absolutely. I mean, this is now starting to make we were talking once again, right? Like, we were really excited to kind of see what was going to happen this week because this is a determining factor. And all of a sudden, I made a bit of a mention about it where I said, well, technically the Conquerors could make their way into the finals. All of a sudden, just after that victory, it's not really such a small technicality anymore, because if they play with their hearts out like that once again, maybe we'll see this, I'm trying to find the word for it, but just from zero to hero story.
Yeah, from 0 points to 3 points right now. And after 3 is 6, potentially, Jordan. Look, I think anything is possible. Obviously, the reality of the situation is now, and we always knew that. We always talk about how anything is possible at every game, but you don't necessarily expect to see the top of the table lose to the bottom of the table. But that's exactly what we saw today.
Yeah, this is... Well, I mean, it's probably good news if you're an Archers fan, right? We've already seen Archers struggle a little bit. We thought, okay, this is an opportunity for Bulldogs to pull further ahead. But Bulldogs have also sort of fumbled their chance. And so, maybe it's not even something that you have to consider from the Archers' perspective, but looking at it maybe from the Sentinels' perspective, Matildas, Skorpions, these teams that were sort of around the middle of the pack are now starting to think, okay, the two teams at the top of the standings have had a rough week so far. Yep. This is our opportunity to really close the gap and start to put some pressure on those two teams. And now, we've already seen it from one team. Matildas have done exactly what they needed to do. They got that win against Archers. They've upheld their end of the bargain. Obviously, Skorpions and Action X as well. Another team that I sort of failed to mention because I'm not really used to putting them in that tier, I suppose. But they're another team that's kind of licking their lips at this kind of a result and thinking, this is a great opportunity for us. So overall, I mean, this kind of shakes the season up quite substantially.
Yeah, literally every team who started this week at third place onwards are now looking at the results from tonight and perhaps looking at their matches that are upcoming this evening and saying to themselves, well, we knew we wanted to win, but now a victory is actually, this scoreboard's going to be very different. It's going to be, look, maybe the Bulldogs are still at the top. It's probably likely to be the case, but the gap's going to be that much closer, Kev. And I can't wait. I don't want to get too far ahead of this week because we still have two matches to go tonight, but I can't wait. Like, if we've got only a few weeks left of matches here, and if this is where we're going to stand, if we're going to get to the end of week 4, over halfway through the season, and all of the teams are going to be within like 3 or 4 points of each other, it's a pretty wild ride ahead.
Yeah, honestly, I'm glad for it because it means that we keep it exciting all the way to week 7. We don't know exactly which team is secured a position. Every single match matters, and it comes down to some magical spreadsheets and probably some calculations that J Ray may be molding over, but this is what we live for, so...
Look, you love to see it, and we do talk a lot about tiebreakers and things like that. It may just come down to that. We said, well, there's no ties in the regular season this season, so... It's not going to be as close, perhaps, but the teams are proving us wrong. We just saw that both of our predictions for the first 2 games are in the bin, as were the Bulldogs up against the Conquerors right there. So to summarize, congrats to the Conquerors. A great result from them. 3 points on the board. Their first win of the season. The Bulldogs see their first defeat as well. Hope you're all enjoying your Friday night, wherever you may be, or maybe it's not Friday night yet. Maybe it's Friday morning. Friday night upcoming, I'm sure. ANZPL will giving away a ton of stuff all season long, thanks to our sponsors. One of our main sponsors, of course, is HyperX, who are giving away an Alloy 60% keyboard each and every week of ANZPL. To enter, all you have to do is spam HyperX in chat if you want to find out more. !HyperX, and you'll get some details there from our lovely bot, unless it's just J-rated copy and pasting the same thing over and over. Hope that's not the case. I hope we got the bot. Otherwise, it's a lot of work for the poor guy to do, particularly now with Vondel not here to help. Nevertheless, that's halfway through the night, and gents, that's halfway through the season, halfway through the regular season right now. Coming up next, though, we said this might be our match of the night, the Adelaide Action X up against the South Sydney Skorpions. Both of these teams vying for top 4. And to be fair, after what we just saw, perhaps vying for first place very soon as well. We're going to take a quick break, but when we come back, the Skorpions and the Action X. We'll see you soon.
They thought that my research and I had disappeared forever. But no one can ever stop me. Not then, not now. How do they not understand this? I created something amazing. My technologies will provide humanity with the opportunities that can only be dreamed of. The Alliance says it's dangerous, but science doesn't tolerate compromises, and the Alliance itself is not that united. And if I have to fight for my beliefs, well, I'm ready to make a stand.
Hi, Tanker. The World of Tanks referral program has been updated. It gives an opportunity to teach a new player the game's basics. And also earned bonds, medals, inscriptions, a unique style, and much more. And the main reward is one of the premium vehicles from the updated list. It's easy to obtain all this. To become a commander, you have to have played at least 600 battles. If you have this amount or more, then go ahead and get your referral link via the game's portal. Log into your profile on the website, select Community, then click Refer a Friend. Or you can go to the referral program window right in the garage, become a commander, and invite recruits. You have 2 slots for them. To invite a friend, share the link to the referral program via social networks, or copy it and send it to your fellow tanker, whichever way is convenient. You can recruit either a new player or an old player with 200 battles or fewer, or if they haven't played any battles over the last 60 days. It's also important for the player to not have been a recruit or commander. To join the program, the recruit needs to follow the link the commander sent them. The recruit card will appear in the commander's RP window. That means you entered into a contract. The contract consists of 6 successive stages. To complete each one, the commander and the recruit must earn 250 referral points. The total is 1,500 points for all stages. To earn points, play random battles and complete special missions. There are 2 types of missions, individual ones for the recruit and platoon ones for the recruit and commander. Missions of different types are completed simultaneously. If the recruit plays in a platoon with the commander, they complete both individual and platoon missions. The commander doesn't have individual missions. They only need to play with the recruit. If there's no such opportunity, it's all right. Recruits can still finish the contract by completing their missions. The mission conditions are simple. While playing alone, the recruit has to cause damage higher than the durability of their own vehicle, win a battle, receive at least 1 medal from the list. The more medals for the battle, the more points they will receive. The platoon missions are quite similar. Cause at least 3,000 damage in a platoon. Play at least 5 battles together in vehicles of any tier. Earn the Crucial Contribution or Brothers in Arms achievement. Also, be among the top 12 players on your team by experience earned. To complete individual missions, only the recruit has to be among the top players, and both players have to be in the top for platoon missions. You can earn no more than 100 points.
Hello, it's me, Sandman's Noble Chair. Don't you worry, I am here to talk to you in Sandman's absence. Did you know that Noble Chairs is sponsoring ANZPL Season 3 and supporting our casters right now? I even support Sandman when he is out trying to get a glass of water and is late to come back. Plus, if you're in the Fantasy League, you can win a chair. Plus, if you're the winning team, you can win a chair. That's all I can do because I can't see my notes right now because I'm a chair. ! Noble Chairs in chat to find out more. Okay, let's go and take a look at our next game. The Adelaide Action X up against the South Sydney Skorpions.
Wow. Ben's Noble Chair, you sound suspiciously like Ben. That's weird. But anyway, let's talk about Action X, Kev. This is a team that I didn't really expect too much from, and they came through last week and they had a really, really good game, and they sort of surprised us all getting the upset against the North Sydney Sentinels. So maybe there's a little bit more than meets the eye when it comes to Action X. It was Val's first game. I think we were all excited to see what he was going to be able to do, and seems to have made a pretty big difference. So, obviously, this is a team that you've actually predicted for in this matchup against the Skorpions. So you must be seeing something in this roster, Kev.
I'm seeing that glimmer of potential once again that we saw in season 2. A little bit of the flair in the shot calling, a little bit of a difference that allows them the edge to take the victory. I mean, I think realistically, we have to take a look back on how they started their season. Obviously, week 1, they just got absolutely lit on fire. But outside of just RNG not going their way, you have to say that their calling, their positioning has been absolutely phenomenal in these more recent matches. Sure, they're not outright victories, they're tiebreaker victories, but they're against teams that we haven't really favored them against. And, well, this is another one of those series, isn't it?
Oh, sorry, guys. Back. I don't know what happened there. Must have missed the start. Back into it. Glad to see you started without me. The Adelaide Action X, though, let's be real, They've had a pretty good season so far, and they've certainly proven themselves as a team to beat. But the Skorpions, for me, Kev, these guys, let's be real, they had a great season last season, maybe a slow start to this year, but I kind of feel like maybe they've started to find their form. They had like one average week, but I have faith. Like, this is the week they sort of get it together.
Yeah, I would agree with it as well. I mean, for me, I think the Skorpions is always fun to kind of like, it's fun to bait JT in a couple of comments by saying, things that are completely like the Skorpions are bad. I think it's the case that this is very much a team. I think it frustrates me. I think that's the truth, because I'm looking at the players on here, and I'll take back some of the statements I said earlier where they don't have some good players, like superstar players. I'll take that back. I think Russian is one of those players that is starting to really form into his own category, where he's really taking some of these fights against your players like Bales. Now, if you can win one-on-ones and predict correctly what Bales is going to be doing, you're not just an average tanker. You're going to have to be one of those superstar players, right? They've got Napalm back in the equation, who's always been a very good role player. I think the frustrating part for me is that it's like they've got the parts. They've got a great caller, an amazing caller. They've got some great players, but they need to prove it on the server. They need to prove it in the officials. They need to kind of show up and kind of go, we're just this much better. We're going to smash our opposition. We're going to come into the finals and not even look close. We're going to go 3-0 in the semifinals and close it out, make our way into the finals and really prove that we're the top dogs. We're going to sting the rest of the opposition. I think for me, until that's really realized, that is always going to be one of my criticism I'm going to levy against the Skorpions, is that they need to complete these series. They need to walk the talk, so to speak.
Yeah, they're capable of doing it, but they need to turn up. And I don't know why they have struggled to turn up. I don't know what it's been, but we know that they're capable. And that's why this week I've said that they're going to pick up the victory. I know, Kev, you've gone for the Action X, but it's going to be a close one. I think this is probably going to be our closest matchup of the night. Let's go take a look at our player highlight, the big matchup for tonight. It's going to be Val up against Napalm.
Oh.
Jordan, what I can already hear it. I can hear that you're keen.
Well, I mean, I like this matchup actually because this one makes a lot of sense. Some of the ones that we see, you kind of go, well, do these teams, do these players necessarily match up as far as the roles are concerned or the storylines are concerned? I think in this one, the storyline is that both of them came in last week after not having played the first couple of weeks and had a really, really good week. Both of them having a very positive impact on their two teams. And that's to be expected from two veteran players. I mean, Napalm, a veteran of ANZ PL, Val, not so much in that respect, but he does have some competitive World of Tanks experience. He's just a veteran of the game. He's been around a lot. He was the number one DPG in the APAC server for, 2 years or something like that, around 2016, 2017, 2018, sometime around there. So he's an individual that certainly knows what he has to do in World of Tanks. And, if he's in the server today, I think he's going to be a big impact player for the Action X. And, Napalm as well. I think obviously a good addition to the Skorpions coming back in after having some, I think, PC issues, technical issues in the first couple. And it was kind of nice to see Skorpions back with their core roster again last week after, some shakier starts to the season.
Yeah, and I think that's kind of what we're looking at here, right? Like, it's an opportunity maybe for the Skorps to start bringing it back. They went okay last week, need to do the same this week. For the Action X, maybe we doubted them at times so far this season. They proved themselves so far, though, that they're a team to compete with, but they need to be able to face the likes of the Skorpions, particularly when the Skorpions find their form, which I'm hoping for the Skorps is today. And if that is the case, then it's potentially going to be a little bit difficult here. Kev, we've got Cliff into Ghost Town, and if we get them a Ravanka, we haven't seen the tiebreakers so far tonight. We've seen both Cliff and Ghost Town so far. Do you think that these map picks are going to play a major part in the result this evening?
I mean, they have to, right? Because that's exactly where the results are going to be determined. I think it's sort of going to be the case of Cliff is a very interesting one for me for Adelaide Action X, because if I look at how, like, playlistically the style of how things work, I feel like Skorpions is very much a team that will thrive on Cliff. So if Adelaide Action X don't have something prepared and something really out of the blue, all their players show up, or their players don't show up, then they can actually get blown very quickly out of the series. I mean, Ghost Town, to me, I'm like, that's a quintessential Skorpions map now in my mind. They're pretty good at it. And that's always going to be a scary part where I'm going like, will Adelaide Action X also have something prepared on Ghost Town? This is looking like it's a really good series.
Yeah, this should be an absolute rip snorter. We're heading on to Cliff. we'll see what the Action X can bring. Elfish Guy and I, we got the Skorpions to win. Kev got the Action X. Jordan, do you think it's going to come down to that Ghost Town map as, a chance for the Skorpions to show themselves off, or they got something here on Cliff as well?
I mean, I think they're a team that knows their way around Cliff. I've seen them play this map a few times. They actually haven't picked it up all that often this season. In fact, I think this is going to be their first outing on the map in officials, but I know they used to play it a lot last season, so they should have a pretty good understanding of the map. We can already see both teams starting to roll their way out. Xanon looks like he wants to make the cross. Knight is going to punish him for that, and this is what I'm talking about, Ben. Skorpions know every trick in the book when it comes to Cliff, and they've already started to punish Action X on it.
I mean, Xanon has already made his way into Cliff, which is, I think to me, that's a huge surprise. The fact that he's able to make his way into Cliff and actually not die there. There's a TVP in Russian, there's a couple of CSs, and they actually haven't made the climb themselves. So you'd be aware of what the game is right now as the Skorpions. Obviously, Adelaide Action X would decide to go take the other control instead. The TVP actually putting in a couple of shots into Knight. Or Xanon not really making the optimal cross, and as a result, he's down to a one-shot. Gets hit by a great shot coming in from Benny, I believe, in the Super Conqueror, and now Knight will be able to convert this kill unless he gets a horrendous roll. And he won't get unlucky with RNG. Now the repush ready for the Skorpions. It is a 5-4, but HP relatively even. They have to be cautious how to take this fight, Jordan.
Well, it's going to be JT leading the charge in the 277. Russian in his TVP is going to soak a bit of damage before the fight does eventually start. And Benny might be a little bit late to the party, so it doesn't look as clean as it could for Skorpions. But once that Super Conqueror does arrive, then you're going to start to see those health bars dropping very quickly indeed for Action X. Napalmer in his CS63 as well is going to continue to force the issue onto CJ in the 113. And now it seems like TVP of Russian has come off the reload. We'll start to see some shots fired in from him as well. So Skorpions, I mean, they make that one look pretty clean. Shanky Pants and Colin trying to survive as best they can, but a 4-on-2 is never really going to be winnable.
Yeah, especially considering the fact it's like they've got the tanks ready to still take a couple of hits, right? Your Super Conqueror. Like, if Benny goes down, I always say, like, with the caveat, it's like, if Benny goes down, then the series opens up once again, because all of a sudden, there is that actual burst potential coming out from a lot of these tanks. I mean, Ararak does come forward, has to be repaired at the end of the day, and I'm thankful for that. I don't want to see an Amarak come forward.
Yeah,
good shot coming in.
In what world
as well?
In what world does Benny go down here though? Like he would have to make such an egregious mistake, and not only him, but the rest of the Skorpions players would as well. Because yes, Benny could go down, but then both the TVP and the VZ are on reload, and that's exactly what we see. Although Benny didn't go down, so it would have had to have been the most horrendous of throws for Skorpions to actually lose this game from here. Looks like it'll be Napalmer that might clean up that final kill. No, in the end, Knight gets there in time. Skorpions pull off a pretty solid victory on the attack of Cliff, and as expected, Ben, they sort of know what they need to be doing on this map. It is one that was within the wheelhouse for them last season, so no surprises there.
It's the Skorpions we expect to see, and I turn up every week and I put my nice shirt on and I brush my hair. I'm like, what are the Skorpions going to do for us tonight? And some weeks they disappoint me. But so far tonight, they are actually looking pretty good. That was a good little result there, Kev. Attacking side victory on Cliff. They didn't pick the map. They didn't have the choice of side. To be fair, Cliff isn't necessarily all that one-sided. We do see some attacking side victories, but that was decisive.
Absolutely. I mean, double CS and the TVP to punish Xanon going onto the hill nice and early on, so you nullify that effectiveness. They then make sure they take the rest of the map, they spot out the rest of the tanks, they figure out where the overmatch is, and they just commit willingly, and like they commit in the right place. And I think that's also really good HP juggling that's coming out from a lot of the members from Skorpions. That's something that I expect, obviously, with the protocols being set there, and we saw it once again. Sure, JT goes down, but he's the spearhead, he's leading the charge, he's tanking all the damage from the VZs. Once the VZs clip out and the TVP clips out, they're sitting ducks for the CSs for the TVP of their own, for the Super Conqueror. So really good to see that decisive push when it comes to when it needs to happen, and obviously just making sure they 100% the victory from the rest of it. So like I said, this is a good play from the Skorpions, but I also feel like Adelaide Action X not respecting the fact that there were two CSs and a TVP as well. Xanon was always going to get clapped making that climb, especially when you look at that tank composition. I'm just wondering maybe if you could have done something a bit more different as Adelaide Action X, it could have been a bit more of a difference.
Yeah, we take a look at the replays here. We'll see the Action X. They started, it was real quick, wasn't it, Jordan? Like that, you can see here, we're only like a minute or so into the game, they were already a tank down.
I mean, the climb on Cliff is such an interesting part of the early stages of every given round because it feels like such a high-risk play. Like, you can't really make that climb if your opposing team sets up to deal with it. And it surprises me that more teams on the attack either don't set up to deal with it, because it just seems like if they make this climb, we pretty much get ourselves a tank advantage. If they don't make this climb, maybe we waste 30 seconds waiting for that climb. And
the risk versus reward is what we're talking about, right? And if you can risk very little where the reward is significant, then quite often there are very few reasons not to do it. Until, I guess, a point the teams start finding a way to punish teams for doing this. But at the moment, we haven't really seen all that much of it. And essentially, the Action X hand across, a game, a battle there to the Skorpions. Now, Skorpions in a pretty good spot. I wouldn't expect them to drop both battles there on Ghost Town. We'll have to wait and see. And, if once you're already down a defensive side on Cliff, it puts you in a tough spot, particularly up against a team of this caliber.
Yeah, absolutely. I think it's also the case of Cliff being one of more of the open maps. I think it's always going to be not as a decisive blow, I guess, when you look at maps like your Sand River, like your Ghost Town, where on the attack it is a lot more difficult to convert. So I'm not willing to call it over just yet, but I think it was also the case of, this is the fear that I have with Adelaide Action X, is when they made that move onto that cliff from the North Spawn, that is always going to be a risky one to punish for it, Ben.
They certainly did, but they've got a chance to redeem themselves. We'll see what the Adelaide Action X can do on attack here on Cliff. It's their time to shine. They can bring this one back. They'll get themselves back into the battle. But the Skorpions in a good spot, Elfish Guy.
They are indeed. We'll see if they can really solidify that. And again, you are going to see a team setting up for the climb. I'm hesitant to say that I think Skorpions will actually make that climb, to be honest, because I don't think they're the kind of team that is going to leave that to chance. And in fact, in the end, it is not going to be the hill climb from the Skorpions. So they're not going to fall for their own trick. And now Action X have to go back to plan B after giving up quite a degree of map control. Napalm are taking that position we saw Bales holding earlier on today. JT and the STB1 is already sort of halfway up the hill as well. So I suppose this is the detriment of setting up for the hill climb defense. You do sacrifice a bit of map control, and if the defenders are onto that, if they make the read correctly, they then get to have a bit of party around in mid.
Now, this is all going to be down to this donut fight, isn't it? This is a very, very strong crossfire. There is no way that you can really break it effectively. Someone's going to have to take the damage, and it looks like Colin is going to cop a lot of shots already. TVP also going to get involved, penning every single one of his shots. Russian, oh no, his driver's been injured once again. He's used a repair kit, and the damage obviously onto the TVP. It is pretty vital that you do get rid of this medium tank, because obviously he is quite a big threat. Now Benny's going to come across, but they just don't have the damage between the VZs to really clean up on one of them. Finally, one of the tanks go down, but they've lost, I would say, almost like 2 tanks for this.
Well, it's going to get even worse, Kev. It's going to get even worse. Object 277 of Benny has arrived. The 2 CS63s are relatively unscathed, and Eugene, he's on the reload at the moment, so he's not going to be surviving too much longer. If he gets even one more shot off, I think that's going to be pretty good for him, and he won't. Knight will finish that one.
Oh my goodness.
In the meanwhile, JT is playing Ring Around the Rosie with Zanin, and he's already been able to pick up one of the tanks on the hill here, so it's not looking too good for Action X on their own map choice of Cliff. Skorpions going one better, and it looks like they'll get the 2-0 pretty comfortably here as well. JT to farm up a fair bit of damage. Tracking shot, no damage. Might be a bit disappointed by that.
Yeah, I mean, he's got the rest of the team with him at the moment, so he'll be able to put in one more. I think the question is going to be whether or not Zanin will be able to even do any more damage at this point. Absolutely not. Really well played from JT at that mid-cliff. I mean, he's on a 1-on-2 and he doesn't die there. All he has to do is allow the rest of the team to brawl out, and from there on in, it would just look like it was an inevitable conclusion of the Skorpions' victory. Really solid stuff. 2-0.
Yeah, this is the Skorpions that I think we expected to see at the start of the season, and I kind of felt like they hadn't turned up yet. Now, I guess the comparison, or what we need to consider here, is this Action X team. And at the start of the season, we probably thought that the Skorps were a level above the Action X, but the Skorps have maybe underperformed. The Action X have had some reasonable results themselves. And you say, hey, well, actually, the results are pretty similar, but those expectations and the teams they were playing, et cetera, gets at least me to this particular position. But tonight, the Skorpions look like an entirely different team. Jordan, this is the Skorpions I expected to see in week 1.
Yeah, certainly. I mean, this is the Skorpions that we expect to see every week. And what I think is really nice about it as well is that we've got Benny in the roster today. He's getting some game time. Normally, Aussie would be filling those shoes for Skorpions. So I think it's good to see that they've got a bit of a rotating core that is able to perform. That's one of the major assets, I think, for Skorpions, where if one of their main players is not available on any given day, they do have some like-for-like replacements. I thought earlier on in the season there was some shakiness bringing some of these players in, some of the players that we hadn't seen too much from in ANZPL. But now it seems like that's kind of come together for Skorpions. So good performance from them, like you say, today. I mean, it's looked really, really clean. Neither of those rounds were very close at all. They seem to get the perfect read, perfect setup on both of them. They're off to a 2-0 start. You can't really ask for too much more. And now it's just a case of going on to their own map choice and ensuring that they can get at least a 1-1, which on Ghost Town, I think is very much achievable. It seems like a map where on the defense you do have a few advantages, and so there shouldn't be many allusions to the fact that Skorpions would be getting no worse than something like a 3-1 in this series.
Yeah, that's the expectation, Kev. As we take one last look at these replays here, was this the Skorpions performing? Were the Action X just not ready for them? What are your thoughts on how it played out?
I think Skorpions definitely performing. I think for Adelaide Action X, the way that they're finding a lot of these brawls at the moment are very awkward, and I'm not sure if it's because of their strategy, because of the focus fire is a little bit off, right? Firstly, you notice in that donut fight, they finally got rid of a 277, but it wasn't really all there. It wasn't a convincing push altogether. It wasn't a full dump of the clips. And that leads me back to the next question. Is it the case of the tank composition not being correct? We've seen a lot of this emphasis on the VZ55. We've obviously seen this tank a lot of times, and my argument is always going to be for the case of I don't feel like it should be used like a 277. I feel like it should be used as like a mixture between a 50B and then a 277 towards the later stages. You need to get some burst damage out first before you commit to a brawl. Not commit to a brawl like the same way you do like a 277 or 113.
So you see it as less about getting in there and having a fight where you maintain that fight, but more about deliver more damage than you can take early on, drop back, and then engage again later. Is that how you're seeing this should be played?
I feel like that's where the most success from when we see like the VZ55s actually really have that peak performance is when they're able to get 2 shots off without getting without really trading or getting punished. So you set up for a bit of a snipe first, and then you try to punish something, and then you recommit into a brawl situation.
Well, Professor Kev coming out with the knowledge bombs. We've seen the teams with a little bit more success on the VZ55 in the last couple of weeks, certainly more so than the first couple of weeks of the season. We head now to Ghost Town. The Skorpions picked this map. We know they play in a lot. We've seen the scrim. We've seen them win. They can pick up just one battle here. They'll go home with 3 points tonight. The Action X will be starting off on defense first. So let's see if they can claw one battle back.
Well, I mean, this is the side that they should be able to do it on. Action X did play this map last week against the Sentinels. They were actually able to pick up a win on the attack. So, maybe there's chances for them on both sides of the map, but not if things are going to start off this way. CJ already taking some damage, has already been spotted out. Russian has a good idea of exactly where he is, so too does JT. And that obviously is information that gets relayed across to the rest of the Skorpions players as well. They see that this is going to be a 1 flag push, so Skorpions are going to be a little bit more precarious pushing in this direction. Maybe having spotted that bat chat out gives them a bit of an idea that there could be some heavy tanks rolling around here as well. But, I mean, JT's still kind of headed in that direction. This could be a very, very dangerous peek around the corner if he gets it wrong.
I was going to say, this is definitely very dangerous because I feel like Adelaide X are setting a big trap at the moment, and JT, don't think he's aware of the position of 3 of these tanks. You normally don't expect 2 E100s as well as a 60 TP to be here. You'd expect maybe one to be watching over the 2 flag, like you'd expect they probably commit into the playground at the moment, maybe try to jump onto that rocket slide and then have a bit of a brawl where you can get the rest of your tanks involved. But really good patience. Once again, this is where the experience comes in, and we have a lot of, I guess, a lot of people have a lot of respect for JT in terms of the calling caliber, which is why we've always picked Skorpions to be this team that we expect to get into the playoffs, to be one of these top teams in the ANZPL. If he did it during, the time of WGL, he surely can do it again, right?
Well, I suppose.
I mean, he's made it into the playoffs a couple of times. So I think it's like we definitely are much harsher on the Skorpions than we probably are in other teams who are not making playoffs. But I think that's also on the sheer virtue, on the fact of, the talk sometimes that comes out of JT. Also, I think just the respect that we have for JT as well. I don't know. I like baiting him as well sometimes, which is always fun. I think, JT baiting is always one of my favorite pastimes.
I think at this point we're so deep into the ANZPL seasons that the previous competitive experiences aren't as relevant as they would have been in season 1 and season 2. I think now you put more of a premium on actually the results that we've seen in ANZPL, just because they're a little bit more recent. It's the format that's the same as opposed to 7v7. There are a lot of intricacies that come into that, having that extra couple of tanks and that extra 3 minutes, actually 3 or 2 minutes, depending on what formats we're talking about. So yeah, I mean, I get what you're saying, but I also think that maybe the results for Skorpions haven't been there so far in ANZPL to hold them up to such a high standard. But, maybe this is the season for them, right? As you say, they made it to playoffs once or twice, and so if they can do it again, it is just one series, right? And that could be enough to get you into the grand final if you make playoffs. And that's obviously the focal point right now. Nice shot in there from Zanin, 655 onto Benny, who then cops 610 as well. So
that's
that
a high roll.
Not a great start for Skorpions at all, losing so much HP on the mouse. If you're going to lose HP on any tank, though, you probably would be happy that it is going to be the mouse. But even still, it's a lot of HP lost.
Also, the Bat Chat has made this big rotation play from Shanky Pants. Dongalord actually makes that huge rotation, and the other Bat Chat, Russian doesn't spot this because Russian had to play a lot more safe. And now the brawl is going to commence in earnest. Obviously, Napalm are going to try to suppress the 60 TP from getting another reset, but the mouse should be relatively safe. And now they're just going to absolutely jump onto Zanin at this point in time. Colin side-scraping quite nicely, trying to make it difficult for the Super Conqueror to pen him, and this is some great shots coming out, but now, as I said, the focus fire will come forward. Zanin will eventually go down. He does not have the DPM to fight against 3 tanks. You have to make a move as the other 2 E100s. JT is getting farmed out in the field right now by the Bat Chats. Skorpions, though, will be able to take out one of the 60 TPs. Knight going to make sure he gets back to safety. He knows JT's definitely dead for sure. Try to bleed out as much more HP as he can. Great tracking shot coming in as well. But you have to play around the outskirts now. You have to play inside the city now for the Skorpions. You can't play around the outskirts, I feel like.
Yeah, I mean, Russian's on the clip right now, so he'll obviously still take a little while to get involved in this fight. But you are right, double Bat Chat still in the play for Action X, but Skorpions have managed to isolate this duel against Eugene. Russian should now be coming off the reload, gets a couple of shots into the side of the E100 here, and that is now going to be an E100 out of the picture. Russian is playing this one expertly as well, by the way. Has not taken a single point of damage. He's just dancing around these fights, knows when the tanks have fired, and only now, 5 minutes into the round, has he actually taken his first point of damage in a Bat Chat, which is really, really impressive. The same can be said for Shanky Pants, 3.2k damage coming out from him, and he's starting to put in the numbers as well, but he's starting to run out of shots left in that clip, and Russian is going to come off the reload first, so that, to me, is looking like a very, very dead Bat Chat for Shanky Pants.
Yeah, I don't know if CJ can cover, so Shanky Pants obviously is going to try and get into a position where CJ can try to get some shots in, but Napalm obviously also coming in to try to help out. CJ, you can see, putting in the shots he needs to. Great connections coming forward. However, the Ignite, oh my goodness, not again coming out onto Adelaide Action X. These guys just have fuel tanks that are so vulnerable sometimes, and Russian just dancing around this house. CJ's going to be the Kool-Aid man and break through it, but not if Napalm has anything to say about it. He gets a tracking shot on, and now Russian also damages the engine. Yes, CJ will be able to get the kill. And it looks like Napalm is actually the Kool-Aid man breaking through the house, going, oh yeah, gets the kill, and Skorpions will take the series victory at the end of it.
I was like, what are you talking about? Now I realize you're talking about like the jug breaking through the wall. The Super Conqueror coming through. Napalmer in the end picking up the goods. The Skorpions now 3-0 against the Adelaide Action X, picking up an attacking side victory here on Ghost Town. Gives them 3 points on the scoreboard as well. A pretty important result for them, I have to say, when you consider, hey, you're looking for top 4. The Action X, you think, are probably, up until tonight, the expectation is maybe they're sitting around that 4, 5, 6 mark. So any point that you can take away from a competitor who's looking for, maybe just slide into the top 4 a little bit later on in the season, those are pretty important takes to both win and take away from your opponent. And we take a look here at the battle results. Kev, CJ doing a bit of work there. To be fair, the Action X did a fair bit of damage, right? It went down to the line, but what are you going to do in a 1v2 up against a Bat Chat and a Super Conqueror who's not that far behind?
For sure. I mean, look at the damage as well that's come out from 2 of them. So yeah, JT obviously a bit of a pinata for the Bat Chats, and that's where a lot of the damage initially comes in from the Bat Chats. But as Jordan said, just so well played from Russian. Like, barely takes any damage, but he's involved in these brawls at the same time. He helps take out the 60 TP at the beginning. That gets an advantage, and the train comes rolling forward. And this is where sometimes you actually do prefer the mouse over the E100. The lower plate is harder to pen in comparison to the E100. It is harder to go through the face, especially if the mouse is, pointed the correct direction. So, and obviously Napalmer, we don't really touch on Napalmer's numbers sometimes, but there's a reason why he's coming into the MVP All-Stars team. There's a reason why we've said that he's one of the, I would say, linchpins for success. You put him in one of these, not really playmaking tanks, but just a solid anchor tank in either a Super Conqueror or an E100, and you can always expect a very reasonable performance, if not like an outstanding performance from him.
Yeah, they're looking pretty good. To be fair. Napalmer, I'm so impressed. Two players here with over 4k damage as well for the Skorpions. And certainly they've got their strats down pat on Ghost Town, that's for sure. It did come down to the wire, but it often does on attack. Jordan, we'll take a look at the replay. What are your highlights here?
Well, I mean, I think initially just a very good decisive push from Skorpions. They recognize that Zanin is a little bit isolated, and if they kind of left him there, they didn't do too much about it, they kept trying to sit on that cap, I think things would have gone a little bit more difficultly. I know that's not very good Englando, but you understand my point. It would have been a bit more difficult for Skorpions. But they make that decisive push. They say, Benny, get off the cap. We're just going to push this 60 TP. We're going to finish him off. Russians sort of, again, dancing around the fight in that Bat Chat, obviously getting a lot of damage down. And end of the day, Skorpions just trading very effectively with their HP, making the right decisions at the right time. And inevitably, they're able to come away with, again, down to a 1v1, but what looks like a very comfortable victory in the end. There was no situation there where it looked like Skorpions was going to lose that round. So very well played from them. They win the series 3-0. Yep. Now they can look for a 4-0. And I think tonight, the way that they're playing, the way that Action X is playing, 4-0, definitely on the cards.
We've seen the Skorpions on Ghost Town quite a lot this season, right? They look pretty comfortable here. They scrim here a lot. When you look at the way that the map picks work, each team picks 2 maps each week. And if the map 1 picks are the same, you play map 2s. I'm wondering, is it time that teams start picking Ghost Town as their map number 1 in the hopes that the Skorpions pick it as map number 1 and then they don't have to play it? In worst case scenario, I guess you picked it as your map pick, but I don't know. Maybe that's just a dumb idea. Let me know, Kev. Kev always gets awkward when I throw to him first because he expects it's going to go to Jordan, and sometimes Jordan talks over the top. It happened
last time, remember? Because
I'm sorry, bro. We'll talk about it later. Elfish guy, just go, do your thing, whatever.
Well, you got to stop leaving that little half second of silence, Kev. Otherwise, I don't know if you are going to talk. But it's fine.
But do you remember what happened last time? Is that Ben threw to me, and I thought it was like,
you leave the silence, and then Elfish guy, he's just.
Can we talk about the Bat Chat fight firstly? Because there is a Bat Chat fight that's going on at the moment. But the VZ from Knights tried to assist, but there's a lot of damage going back into the favor. Oh, at the moment, JT's a one-shot, so is Shanky Pants. That's a bit of a low roll that's coming out. Ooh. But JT's going to go down to the Bat Chat. Yeah, there's an advantage numbers-wise, but reality is they don't really have the HP to fight here.
Shanky Pants is going to get another couple of freebies into Russian while he escapes on the reload. But what does concern me a little bit is that if these two Bat Chats don't just book it, Russian inevitably trades 2 for 1. He's going to kill Shanky Pants. He is going to kill CJ. He is coming off the reload before either of those 2 Bat Chats are. So if they stick around right here, Russian is going to kill both the Bat Chats, and then Skorpions have the advantage. He's not even going to need to get both because Knight is there to assist, and now Skorpions can turn their attention toward getting that reset, which they will need to do very quickly indeed. 25 seconds on that reset timer, Kev. They've stacked the 3 tanks Action X onto the cap. This is a last-ditch attempt. If the reset comes through, Skorpions will win. If not, Action X, of course, managed to cap out. And I'm not sure that they're going to be given the time to do that because Napalmer is getting very close indeed. So he should be able to get a reset here. And he does do so. Very nicely done from the Skorpions, knowing exactly what their limitations were. That Bat Chat started it off so nice. The Bat Chat fight started it off so nicely, Kev, and then obviously from there, Skorpions have been able to make things look relatively clean. Napalmer in the 3-on-1, though, is going to probably lose his life, so the rest of the lads do need to get across here just to try and help bail him out of a bit of trouble, or at the very worst case, sort of just trade him down.
Wow, really well played by Napalmer. Look at this positioning that he's got. Really takes the T-57 out of effect, and my goodness, he's actually stayed alive the entire time. He's had 3 tanks charging him, and he's just gotten away pretty much scot-free. I mean, yeah, he's taking a couple of shots at the moment, but maybe he'll go down, but he's done enough. He got the resets that he needed to, and he stayed alive long enough to get the rest of the tanks into play. Really well done by him, and really well done by the Skorpions. Clean 4-0 by the end of tonight.
Yeah, it's not often that we actually get a 4-0 here in ANZPL. I feel like the gap has been closing between a lot of the teams, and, you know, early on in Season 1, it felt like every second game was a 4-0. It was kind of a meme at that point, but as we started to get deeper and deeper into the seasons, we get closer and closer matches, and so I think that is what makes it even more impressive that Skorpions are inevitably going to get this 4-0 on the board, especially after such a good week last week from Action X. We had a lot of hype for this Action X roster. We were thinking maybe they're in with a good shot today, but Skorpions just proving that they're on another level. And Kev, I think that means that you're 0 for 3 for predictions today, so I don't want to rub it in too much, but at least me and Ben have got 1 right.
Yeah, at least we got something going for us, and JT's going to hold that one against you, Kev, and deservedly so, because they absolutely demolished the Action X. And can't ask for more. They look great. It's exactly what we've been hoping to see from the Skorpions. It's the level of play that we expect from them this season. We haven't seen it all season long. I think they had a rough week or 2, but maybe we can stop talking about that now, Kev. Maybe Sandman can put that one back in the shelf. We can put it away until it needs to come out again later, because right now, seems to me, Skorpions, I think 2 from 2 out of 2 weeks, and after what we see tonight, there's very little to doubt here.
A very, very convincing victory. I mean, every single, I don't know, it was just outplayed not only in the calling, but as well as the individual play. I think that's the easiest way to put it. That series was just over and done and dusted from the beginning, I feel like, where just the Bat Chats were able to get so much work done at the beginning. Knight obviously able to assist as the VZ. I think he got 1 shot into the Bat Chats early on, and as the brawls just got extended further and further because of the super heavies, they were trying to get the cap. You're getting so many clips off. You're able to get the shots at the rear of the tanks and obviously delete a couple. Really well played once again by Russian. JT, you know, he's a perennial pinata, but I feel like that's also what I really appreciate about JT a lot of the time. He creates so much space for his team. Like, you look at how he dies, maybe he doesn't do that much damage, but he draws the focus. He can run off and leave Russian to die there, but he stays there to draw the focus, and then Russian can actually win the 1 and 2. So he's thinking about the bigger picture. He's not thinking about his own life, which eventually leads in the fact that you actually have that tank advantage.
Never putting JT on my fantasy league team, that's for sure, because he's always the first one dead, and he barely ever does any damage. But he's shot calling, and he's the one bringing his team together and putting the players in the place they need to be. We started with a Bat Chat fight. Jordan, Kev was getting tilted. We didn't talk about it, but it ended with 3 heavies on the cap, and it did get close, but certainly not close enough thanks to Napalmer.
Yeah, I mean, I suppose it looks close on paper, but there was really, again, no situation where Skorpions should have lost that game. Napalmer was all over it as far as the reset was concerned, and I think even if he missed that first reset shot, he would have had enough time to reload and get a second shot across as well. So it didn't end up being too dangerous of a situation for Skorpions once that Bat Chat. Like, it's weird to say that Bat Chat 2v2 kind of went their way, even though they lost 1 tank and didn't pick up a single kill, just because CJ and Shanky Pants were essentially a 1-shot, and obviously Knight does finish off CJ there as well to help things out. I mean, it was always going to be a case where Russian would get the job done. So, it looked pretty good for Skorpions individually, as Kev said, and as a unit, right? The calls seem to be good. They seem to read the play, and they seem to sort of catch Action X off guard. Particularly, I felt like on Cliff, it just seemed like Skorpions had the perfect setup for what Action X was trying to do pretty much every single time.
Yeah, they look like a team now that can make their way through to the finals and certainly are capable of taking it. Don't want to get too far ahead of us, but what we've seen today, what we saw last week, certainly feeling pretty good about the Skorpions right now. Professor Kev, you have a strat sketch ready for us. What are we going to take a look at here?
Yeah, I don't know if people will listen to me, considering that my prediction is currently sitting at 0-3, but we'll try our best, obviously, to pretend that I'm a bit smarter than I actually look. I want to take a look back at actually the Skorpions attack. All right, so this is obviously not the ghost town that we just saw with the two bat chats fighting at the hill, but more of the case of how that brawl resolved in their favor. How did it go back down to this one-on-one when it felt like Adelaide Action X were in a good position? And the truth is that the fights were very segmented in terms of the play-taking tanks. What I mean by that is so this is the opening position that we saw at the beginning, right? You had the two bat chats have a bit of exchange over here in Russian as well as CJ. CJ cops one, but he's safe inside this crevice. JT doesn't push that far. He's just sitting over here, right? He doesn't go beyond here, so he doesn't get absolutely murked because he thinks there's danger. The bat chat could be shooting from here. He doesn't know exactly what's on this angle. All he knows for sure is that there's a bat chat here. That's all he knows for sure. It indicates a lot more of the time that they are going to be set up over here. There's no point on committing any more forward. This Super Conk actually isn't up here. Sorry, he's down here. That's Nate Palmer. And he's actually just covering off, making sure there's no flank shots coming forward, just in case that does happen. So he's obviously playing the low ground. Then you've got the mouse and the Super Conk in your default positions in the city. And the way they take the map control is really smart. Obviously, this bat chat manages to rotate into the city. I think this bat chat was here at the same time that Shanky Pants rotated across to here. So they miss each other by the barest of margins. And I wonder... And I think this would have changed a lot of the situation if this bat chat was spotted and if they knew Russian was inside the city. Because they didn't know Russian was inside the city with this rotation, this 60 TP is by himself as these E100s are pushing forward. So this is the fight that results, right? You got these tanks over here, Super Conk Mouse and bat chat pushing forward. These bat chats are over here, farming JT, think it's a great time. JT, we can hit him as a pinata. Yeah, okay. You kill the E100. But the problem there is that these two bat chats, you play making tanks, they've clipped down on E100, which wasn't really doing anything except just sitting here and kind of just keeping eyes on things. The reality is the rest of the fight, you're losing your play making tanks over here. You're losing the bulk of your HP. You're losing your 60 TP. He goes pretty much for free. He gets 2 shots in. Not enough as a 60 TP. He's not supported by anyone. And this is what I mean by the rotation of this bat chat. If this bat chat spotted the rotation of Russian, I felt like these E100s would have come into position to help out a little bit more. They wouldn't have been coming into the city to try to take a fight against the E100 and a Super Conqueror. They'd be trying to reinforce the 60 TP so it wouldn't be overwhelmed, because you realize where that bat chat is going. The sheer virtue that you don't spot that, yes, you get the trade on E100 and you lose the 60 TP. It sounds like it's a good trade, but you give up the inside of the city. And once you lose control of the inner parts of the city, in these corridors, it is almost impossible to retake, even if you've got bat chats alive and they're playing the extremities, because then the 2-cap pressure can begin. So they try to force a fight, and from there on in, the Super Conquerors are always going to take it, and really good focus fire coming out from a lot of the Skorpions as well. So that's it wasn't the most technically exciting in terms of setups where someone does like, wow, this setup I've never seen before in my life, but it's solid, it's structured, and it's also comes down to this one play. These two bat chats, once again, I think he was here and Russian was over just here at the time. They literally miss each other by a couple of meters at best.
So not ships in the night, but bat chats in the desert, Kev. Thanks for your Kev talk. And people should be paying for this content. I don't even know how we do this for free. Because that is quality content. So I'm going to steal this and I'm going to put it on my YouTube, and then it's free there anyway. Anyway, thanks, Kev. Strat sketch can go away. And the Skorps, congrats on a great victory for tonight. Looking pretty good. Let's take a look at our caster predictions. And look, okay, match 1 and match 2 tonight, not so good. But let's be real. Anyone who predicted the Conquerors to beat the Bulldogs, you're having a laugh. And I'm looking at you, J Rated, who keeps typing in chat that he's 3 from 3 predictions for tonight. Okay, have an absolute laugh. But I guess you're the one, having a bit of a laugh now because we're in the bin. Not as in the bin as Kev, though, right, Jordan? Look at this. He didn't even pick the Scorpions. Imagine not picking the Scorpions, picking the Action X. Who could do that? The poor JT.
You know,
imagine not getting it right.
It is a bit of a running joke on some of the other shows that Kev and I both work on that Kev is absolutely atrocious at predictions when he's trying. You know, sometimes he actively throws his predictions. I don't think he's doing that here on the Water Tanks show. I think he's just bad. Yeah.
Yeah. Well, you can see the predictions. He's clearly not intentionally picked the top team. He picked the second top team. And then for some reason he wanted to make JT mad and he picked the Action X. But that's how
I don't
it is.
think it was that unreasonable of a prediction, by the way.
No,
like, in
I don't think so
hindsight,
either.
It is, but you look at the game last week from Action X, you think, you know what, they look pretty good. Scorpions are one of those teams that sometimes a bit shaky. So I even sort of thought about maybe predicting for Action X in this one. But I did see in week 1, Rowendi in the chat asking if I would ever predict against Scorpions. And ever since then, I've thought, maybe not. I'll just predict for Scorpions every single week. So, lol.
Well, lol indeed. Well, that's 3 matches down. Kev's got no points on the board for tonight. Elfish Guy and I are tied because we're the 2 best analysts. Want to get that word right. Analysts in the team. And Kev is the worst. So that's good. Feeling pretty good about myself right now, as the Scorpions probably are, and the Conquerors. And who won game number 1? The Matildas. So tonight's been a pretty wild ride. That wasn't a surprising... The winner of that game wasn't surprising, but the way in which it occurred, I think we can all agree, no one expected to come through that convincingly. No one expected the Scorpions just to demolish the Action X right there. So probably 3 surprises done and dusted for tonight. We do have 1 matchup remaining, however, is the North Sydney Sentinels up against the Perth Panthers. And of everything else we've seen so far, you'd say, well, the Panthers have got this one in the bag. It is upset night here at ANZ PL Week 4. We'll take a quick break. When we come back, our last battle. We'll see you soon. Hello and welcome back. It's week 4 of ANZPL. We're up to match 4 of the night. To be fair, tonight's gone pretty quickly. Jordan, not for the reasons we thought. I kind of thought tonight was going to be pretty quick, pretty one-sided, except it has been quick and relatively one-sided, but for the majority of the cases in the way of the teams we weren't expecting.
Yeah, it's been funny, hasn't it? I agree with you. I think this was the night that I thought would be relatively straightforward. I thought there was going to be a couple of 3-1s, 4-0s in here, some quicker games, and we did get that, but it was completely against the grain of the teams that we predicted. Obviously, the exception being that Skorpions match, which Ben, you and I did manage to get correct.
For those of us in the
For
know,
those of us that
experts,
know things about World of Tanks, you know, we do actually manage to get a prediction right once or twice. Some people on this show get paid to just look pretty. So anyway, look, I tell you what, I'm surprised at how quick the evening has been. It feels like a massive departure from previous weeks. I suppose part of that as well is because we haven't had any tiebreakers yet. And so that may be something that we can at least hope to look forward to in this game between Sentinels and Panthers. But perhaps wishful thinking.
I was keen. I've been waiting for Moravanka all night, and we haven't seen it yet. But let's have a chat about this game. The Sentinels up against the Panthers. The Sentinels, as we like to say, Kev, they are back-to-back champions. They're looking to make it 3 seasons in a row as champs, but their start to the season hasn't been amazing.
No, definitely been very, very patchy considering on how they... How do I say, for a back-to-back champion, do you think that their series will be a lot more convincing? They'll be able to take these victories. The reality is they've dropped, I think, 2 series against tiebreakers, and they're kind of struggling at the middle of the leaderboard at the moment. Now, obviously, Sentinels are a strong enough lineup that they can really get out of this slump, this funk, so to speak, and really make a push towards the finals once again. But I think the question is whether or not they've got the mentality for it, because sometimes after you win too much, like if you win like back to back, sometimes that drive isn't there anymore, the hunger isn't there anymore. I think it's a question for the players right now on how they're going to go.
Yeah, it is. There are some questions that need answering, that's for sure. And this could, like, I know we've all predicted Sentinels, but this could be an interesting one. We take a look now at the Perth Panthers, Jordan, and we note that the Panthers have only won one series so far this season. It was against the Conquerors, who, funnily enough, just beat the Bulldogs. But in the context of that, the teams they've lost to are the Skorpions and the Archers. And to be honest, I think you're allowed to lose to those teams. You could probably say you're allowed to lose to the Sentinels as well. But to me, I have to wonder, is this Panthers lineup, is there something here? Can they take down the Sentinels perhaps tonight?
Yeah, I mean, I agree. I think you're right. Looking at those previous matches as well, obviously the win against the Conquerors is the one that starts to get the ball rolling a little bit for the Panthers. But I do feel as though they were a little bit hard done by in that game against the Archers. Obviously, that very, very nice clutch from Trax. There was a couple of other instances where it looked like maybe Panthers would actually be able to get over the line to force the tiebreaker at the very least in that series. But ultimately, they went down 3-1. So I think the standings position for the Panthers looks a bit worse than the way the team has actually been performing as far as the eye test can see. So I think Panthers may be a little bit better than the way that we're rating them at the moment. However, I still don't know that they're necessarily up to the task against the Sentinels. I think, obviously Sentinels have been a little bit rough so far this season, a couple of tiebreaker losses here and there, but they are still a very, very strong core roster, and they are still a team that I would expect should be able to get the better of the Panthers tonight. Having said that, Panthers have a lot of good players on their roster. They have had some decent results that are starting to get better, and maybe they're starting to peak at the right time. Hopefully that's what we can look forward to this evening.
Yeah, you need to start finding some wins at some point. Obviously, they have one win on the board with the Conquerors, but the Sentinels tonight, it would be another great place to start. And yes, we can say maybe they were unlucky, and yes, they played the Skorpions and the Archers. But in a field of so many good teams, if you say, well, you're allowed to lose to the Skorps, you're allowed to lose to the Archers, you're allowed to lose to the Sentinels, you're allowed to lose to the Bulldogs, maybe you're allowed to lose to the Matildas. That's like 4 or 5 teams, and you're not going to make your way into the top 4, right? So it was a good game from them last week. They need to follow it up here up against the Sentinels, but it is a lot to ask from them. I've seen tonight anything is possible, and tonight is the night of upsets. Let's move from our teams to our player highlight, Kev. I'll get you to talk through this one. It is Cindy from the Sentinels, and 80% accuracy, 82% pen, and 25k total damage. It's not some bad stats there, to be honest.
Absolutely. Cindy's always been a bit of a role player for the Sentinels. And I think that screams out to me for the Sentinels is like they're all individually so fantastic that you don't really need to put someone in the hyper clutch or hyper carry role. All of them could fill that position when needed to. It's always just going to be the question of who is going to step up when the time comes. So far this season, when it's tiebreakers, no one's really stepped up big time just yet. Before, we expected some magic out of Rainbow. Sometimes, it does come from Cindy, occasionally from one of the other players. But we're going to have to start seeing that potentially from Cindy. You look back to that Cliff game, right? You think back to that iconic TVP versus Batchat on the hill. That was Cindy. You think about how many plays this guy has made. It is Cindy. And maybe this is the week that the Sentinels do require a bit of that magic to come into the equation just so they can secure a victory. Because if they're not securing any more victories from here, if it's going to be another loss or a tiebreaker loss against the Panthers, that's where things really start getting shaky for the Sentinels.
Yeah, this could cause trouble for them, right? If they don't come out with a victory tonight, they're actually not looking that good on the scoreboard. And I guess there will be some results tonight with so many upsets where you go, well, it's okay because everyone else had a bad week as well, except perhaps for the Skorpions and the upset, the teams who won those upsets. But you can't really rest on your laurels here. You need to try and make the most of it. And to be fair, this is a great opportunity for the Sentinels to come back and pick up 3 points and make their way through. We're going to start this one off with Tundra, then on to Himmelsdorf, and if we need it, Moravanka. Jordan, we've seen Tundra already tonight. It's been 2-cap city, much more aggressive play than what we've seen in the past, I think, as well. Do you think that maybe the meta shifted towards Tundra? Was that particular game? What are you expecting to see?
Yeah, I mean, I don't know. It's hard to say without having had a whole lot of a look into the scrims or anything like that. But that can be something that sort of crops up in tournaments like this with a very enclosed ecosystem where the teams really just have to play against one another. So if one is interested in playing Tundra, then they play Tundra against one team, and then that second team then thinks, oh, you know what? Let's practice Tundra as well and see how we go. And then it sort of kind of goes through the rest of the cohort, and Tundra might be a map that starts to get picked up. That can also be coming into effect that, we're now into week number 4 and all the teams have actually had a bit of time to explore Tundra and they're starting to feel a bit more comfortable with it. So they have started to pick it up as well. So there's a few factors I think that go into that one, Kev, but we do obviously move into our first round of this final match of the evening, and it is Sentinels to start off on the defensive side. Interestingly enough, they've brought an E3, so that is not something that we've seen thus far on this map.
Yeah, actually, it's going to be Soy Milk or Milk Cat Soy that's going to be sitting over there in the town. Still one of my favorite names, actually, when I really think about it. Panthers actually taking this quite slow in the attack, so not really grouping up anywhere, just getting the tanks situated in some nice kind of spotting positions, just seeing if they can identify anything. There's no play around with bat chats at all from either parties, which to me is quite interesting.
Yeah, it's I think a little bit of a surprise, especially for Sentinels. I think that they are the kind of team that always likes to have at least one bat chat, and normally that'll be Rainbow. But if I do remember correctly, last time we saw Sentinels playing on this map, they did actually have Rainbow in the bat chat, and he kind of got wrecked. So maybe it's something where they've thought, all right, maybe the bat chat isn't quite for us in this map at least, and so we're going to try and go back default to something a little bit of a heavier lineup, VZ55, Super Conks, and Kronwagen there as well. So there's a lot of HP to chunk through on this Sentinels defense that Panthers is going to have to really be aware of as well, considering 2 minutes already taken off of that timer. Panthers haven't taken a huge amount of map control just yet. They've got a long way to go to start putting some pressure on Sentinels.
Just wondering, what the go would be if... I mean, Tundra is always one of those interesting maps where normally you don't really drive down through the river, right? Like, either parties don't really like driving through there because if you don't have hill control, you get absolutely spacked for it. There's obviously a lot of tanks that can place pressure on there and rotate there in time. But in this attack defense mode, I'm just wondering if the group up towards this mid-river position and then splitting up into the 2 flag might be, or even into the town is actually the play to make. It's very difficult for tanks to actually get shots in. You have to drop down as a Kronwagen. Even the Super Conqueror and A3 can't really be involved too much into the fight, especially if you get into the safety of the buildings. And it does look like they're going through the mid-river, but I've got a feeling it might just be up to the ramp at D5 and then potentially some cap pressure instead of all the way through to F3. So
Yeah, looks like you're going to be correct. D5 is the direction that they're
They spotted
headed
the
in.
E3 as well, so there you go.
Well, I mean, it's a little bit of information, and I suppose it is pretty impactful information as well, because you'd be quite scared as to the positioning of the E3, but it doesn't really inform them as to where the rest of the tanks on the field are. In particular, what I'm interested in keeping an eye on is the VZ55s for Sentinels. I think down in the J1 position, it's not likely the spot that Panthers would expect them in. It feels like a bit of a trap to me. It's obviously a good rotation spot for those two, for Iron Guard and Wymo as well, if they want to make a rotation through the southern part of the map and catch someone off guard. The Kranwagen definitely looking pretty tasty, although they don't necessarily have enough damage in the clip to deal with Twit on their own.
All right, there it is. There's the first light. I think that's actually occurred on the side of the Panthers. That's going to be Goober that's going to be spotted out, who's making a bit of a play right now. Obviously, there's going to be a couple of shots that will connect into him, so Goober's going to take quite a bit. Actually, Rainbow a bit unlucky with a Kranwagen accuracy, and now the tanks are going to come forward. So, look, I think enough damage has been done onto Goober to make this a relatively easy fight for speed, but the problem is obviously right now for Rainbow, he's going to get collapsed on by 3 people, and, well, there's only one shot in the E3 that's going to really help out. Don't know if Milkcat's going to be there in time, as it looks like. Oh, there it is. It is a shot onto the Super Conqueror at the end of the day. Rainbow, though, will have the clip ready. We'll be able to dance around for a little bit longer. Goober as well coming into the fight, trying to get into the fray, potentially with speed. Needs to be cautious, though, as speed, once again, has more HP.
Yeah, Rainbow's done a really good job of just getting out of there in the nick of time. He survives for now, and that brings time for the reinforcements. Here come the cavalry. The VZ55s arrive, and Panthers are sitting ducks in the bowl. A 1-for-1 trade so far. Wymo low on HP, Iron Guard on the clip as well, and it starts to swing a little bit back in the direction of the Panthers as they do start to get that single shot into the battle. JS, however, will not be lasting too much longer. He'll eventually fall. That's one more into Snowy Milk before being finished off by Wymo, who somehow is still alive. And Pro Loser in his Super Conqueror won't be long for this world without the backup either. Twit in the Kranwagen, a full clip loaded, but it's not going to be enough damage to really do anything too substantial to Iron Guard, who's about to come off the reload of his own. He's got the E3 at his back, and that is not looking like a fun time to be a Kranwagen.
No, and his speed's over here as well. He's got all the HP in the world to work with and all the damage as well. So it's going to be even harder for him to maybe even get this kill onto Iron Guard. I mean, E3 ram and stops him. Iron Guard actually might go down. So the E3 wasn't good enough in blocking. So Milkat Soy kind of just leaves his teammate to die. But speed, that's a lot of damage in the Super Conquerors. The Sentinels will pick up the defense on Tundra.
Yeah, nice work. No 2-cap pressure that we were talking about before, but it doesn't matter. Get in there into the bowl. It's kind of like Saturday morning in the Kmart car park. Everyone just sort of sitting there, no one getting anywhere, and trying to get out of Dodge, but being unable to do so. The Sentinels coming out on top. However, nice little defensive side victory for them, Kev. But it's a pretty cruisy way, I suppose, to start. It's your map pick. You're on the defensive side. Well, I personally wasn't expecting too many attacking wins, to be honest, on Tundra up until what we saw earlier tonight. But so far, so good for the Sentinels, but still not awful there for the Panthers.
Yeah, I mean, Panthers, it was a really good call, obviously, to dump onto the Kranwagen, but I think the only issue there at the end of the day was the fact that the Twit wasn't really involved in the main bulk of the fight, and once again, we see the VZs, and this is a problem I do have with the VZ sometimes. Like I said, great stuff from speed, 5.3k damage. I'm glad he's on my fantasy league team, or I think I've chucked in my fantasy league team, but if they just didn't have the tanks involved in the fight, the fights were also separated. Yeah, they get rid of Rainbow, but then they're stuck in a bowl where they get collapsed on by Wymo as well as Iron Guard. They do enough to get rid of the tanks they need to, even if they do go down. And from there on in, it's pretty easy. There's a very, very high HP Super Conqueror. E3's tagged a little bit, but he's still relatively healthy. And just Panthers don't have the tanks to really fight back.
Yeah, all 4 VZ55s not having a particularly great battle. But you love to see it. Was that like 5.4k damage over there on speed? I would say that must be close to the top damage we've seen, at least this season of ANZPL.
I'd have to say so. I think we've had one other game above 5k, and I'm not sure it was quite as high as 5.3. I think it was around 5.1. I can't remember exactly. I think it might have even actually been on Tundra from a Super Conqueror. And now that I think about it, it might have actually been speed as well. Kev, do you remember?
I don't, unfortunately. I have the memory of a goldfish, especially when it comes to these things. So, all we know, though, 5k is always really good to do, especially in a Super Conk.
It looked pretty good, to be honest. It looked pretty good. Yeah, go check the stats.
I don't know if I can find it, to be honest, but I'm having a look.
All right. Well, in the meantime, Kev, you know, the VZs were in here. They all went down pretty quickly. We didn't really get to see that much from them this battle. Was it the way the VZs were used? Was it just the way the battle played out?
I think it's just about the way the battle played out. It's just an all-out brawl, so oftentimes the VZ's going to be the spearhead tank when it comes charging into the brawl. Your focus fire is always going to be on the first tank. You're not going to look at 3 tanks and go, all right, I'm going to try to pen, you know, maybe the Super Conqueror that's behind a VZ or the STB that's hidden by the silhouette. You're just going to hit the first thing you can to get your damage into the game to make sure that you can get the reload off as fast as you can. So that's why the VZs get softened up. And then we always talk about focus fire. Well, what is it? It means you get rid of the tank that's low already. You don't shoot a guy that's on 3,000 HP. You shoot the guy that's on 500. So conveniently, most of the time, you know, if you do the maths here, 2 + 2, no pun intended, you have a VZ that's been tagged down low, so obviously you want to get rid of him first because it's easy to get rid of. You get rid of a gun in the game, it makes it easier to roll forward to your advantage. But the problem with that bowl is that obviously Speed's just sitting there, he's just free farming, and he's having a great old time.
Yeah, 5.3k damage for the game, and pretty impressive. Anyone with Speed on the Fantasy League, I don't think it's me, it's going to be feeling pretty good right now. Though I did check before I had critical, so I was like, yeah, I reckon it's going to get me... I think he's only 2 points or something. So that's feeling pretty good. I could throw it across to you right now, Kev, with a question, but I'm just going to handball this one safely back across to Elfish Guy to take us into the next battle.
That's always a safe one, Ben. We do head into the second round of Tundra. I couldn't find the stat, by the way, but I do think it actually was Speed. If it wasn't him, I do remember him at the very least having a very good game on the defensive side of Tundra in a Super Conqueror already once this season. So it seems like a favorite of his. And we'll see how he goes on the attack now. As he does move into a VZ55 alongside Wymo. Sentinels, I'll have a bit more of a difficult time, I think, on the attack of Tundra than they do on the defense.
Yeah, I mean, that said, they did tell me in week 1 that they had something planned out. So I'm pretty keen to see if it's actually going to be realized this time, because I feel like this actually is very similar to the lineup they did bring in the first week match that they had, where they took the victory, well, the second week match, because I think it's like they took the victory like 3-0 at that stage already, and they just went, oh, we'll try something a bit different, and then they said that they might have something in the pocket. So wait and see. Obviously, Panthers, lots of super heavies, only a single bat chat on the rotation. They're feeling a little bit uncertain about maybe the 2 flag. This bat chat from Goob is being rotated very early over towards the alley, into Banana Alley.
It's a bit of a slow progression from Sentinels on the attack here, isn't it? They really haven't looked to take a huge amount of map control. They've even left the 277s back down toward the south to see if there's going to be a counter push across from Panthers. I've felt like watching Tundra so far, and again, this comes from a completely uninformed position as far as having played on this map is concerned, in a 5v5 format at the very least. It feels to me like a 2 flag push actually seems a little bit easier to pull off than the 1 flag push, because the 1 flag push, you're covering a lot of open ground. There's lots of opportunities for you to get spotted and to get farmed on the cross. And then even when you do get across that train track, it doesn't always necessarily put you in a good spot. Sometimes you end up in a massive crossfire. So I would actually be a little bit more eager to head in the direction of that 2 flag and try and put that pressure on early. I really like the strat that Archers came in with on the attack, and I don't think that Sentinels are going to do the same thing, because they've obviously gone a lot slower about it, and that's given opportunities to Panthers to really set up around the 2 flag. But it does just seem like there's a little bit of an easier time getting in onto that 2 flag.
Yeah, less bleed time. I think you nailed it on the head, Jordan, is that when you think about the key positions on this map, you look at parts of A3, A4 being a very highly contested one, or one that should be contested. Very hard to take that as the attacker, because if you think about how hard you get farmed by a Super Conqueror that's hold down, he can roll back and he's relatively safe. Whereas if you're crossing right now, like onto the 2 flag, you look how long you're exposed for. You're barely exposed for any time. Yeah, you cross the river. Zip, zoom, look at that. 4 tanks going to be over there. Sure, like Rainbow gets spotted out, but he's never the tank that's going to be the threat. All of a sudden, they're going to realize is like, hang on a second, why are there tanks on the cap? There's literally 4 of them rolling across the corner, and Pro Loser's going, what the heck is going on? Obviously, Twit's got the crossfire this time. He's going to be involved in the fight, but the focus fire needs to be there for the Sentinels.
Yeah, but he's only in a Kronwagen, so he's going to get 3 shots off, and then his impact on the rest of this fight is going to be quite negligible. If Sentinels get this right, if they blow up those 2 tanks, if they get rid of Pro Loser and JS, they're going to put themselves in a great spot. But now the VZ55s are both on reload, so it comes down to the 277s, Soy Milk and Cindy, to get a bit more of that work done. Cindy on the chase, misses a shot onto JS. Rainbow starts to involve himself in the Super Conqueror as well. I see a bit of a numbers advantage right now for the Sentinels in terms of tanks in the fight, but Lightning Man arrives and starts to put that VZ55 to good use. It's a 2-on-3 right now, and Sentinels have that deficit.
This is the part where Goober, obviously, it looks like Rainbow decides to give up on that chase, and this comes down to just the DPM right now between the Super Conk as well as the 277. They're trying to get rid of at least one of these Kronwagens. Lightning Man racing across to try to put out some of this cover. Now, Twit has managed to reload. There comes the clip into Soy Milk. Twit really making this dance work out, which means that a lot of damage has come across the Soy Milk. Obviously, VZ's going to be still on reload, and out comes the Bat Chat. First shot's going to be a bounce onto the lower plate. Soy Milk will actually get the kill, and this forces it into a 1-on-2 right now. And the problem is the VZ just doesn't have the DPM. Sentinels will go up 2-0. You can see Soy Milk being cheeky, peeking out, making Lightning Man think about what to do. And at the end of the day, 2 tanks against 1, against an autoloader, it's always going to work in the favor of the Super Conqueror, always in the favor of the 277. As Lightning Man, he knows what's up. He's going to take one into the rear, and he decides, unfortunately, Tundra is not the map for them.
No, certainly not. 2-0 is the score now for the Sentinels, and pushing through the 2 cap there. We've talked about it a few times. We'd love to see it. The one thing, and this might be a hot take, Kev, and this might be entirely incorrect. We know that the Super Conqueror has seen a lot of play, right, across the last 3 seasons of ANZPL. But I can't help but feel that this season, it seems more effective. If you've got one left at the end of the battle, like time and time again, we keep seeing Super Conquerors left at the end of the battle, and in the majority of cases, it's the Super Conqueror that's winning. Now, obviously, that's a 2v1, but even just going back through tonight and last week, I feel like more and more the Super Conqueror is finding success at the end of the game if it's still around.
I don't think that's a hot take at all, Ben. I think you've nailed it on the head completely. And the reason why I do believe the Super Conqueror is set up in these scenarios where it has so much success is because of the positioning of the Super Conqueror a lot of the time. You see it as the tank that's anchoring a position that gets a lot of the bleed damage done. You allow, the inferior 277s and VZ55 players to brawl it out. They lose a lot of HP. Because you're the intellectual, you understand the terrain, you understand where to use your gun depression, you just shoot tanks to the side. And when it comes to the end of it, that's when you get involved in the fight. You've got all the HP, you've already done a ton of damage because, once again, you're an intellectual Super Conqueror player, you farm players, and now you go in for the killing blow. So I think you're bang on the money. You have to look at the tanks that are being brought in. Once again, the VZ55s, their burst damage. Yes, 960 sounds good. But then they sit there for 22 seconds, and in 22 seconds, the Super Conqueror is going to at least slap you 3 times untraded. Yeah, and maybe that's just the way it plays out, right? Like, if you have a Super Conqueror left when it gets towards the end of the battle, maybe it just puts you in that position that's very difficult for some of these other tanks to bring it back from. Whatever it might be, it certainly seems to be the case that if you got a Super Conqueror towards the end of the fight, you're probably going to come out with the goods. Jordan, this took a little while for us to get here, right? We looked at the 1 cap, we went down into the river, but eventually the Sentinels decided to full send it with 4 tanks here across the 2 cap.
Yeah, it was a nice push from Sentinels. It didn't necessarily look like it was going to work out as well as it did end up working out. of course, you sort of mentioned the Super Conqueror there, and I think one of the key factors in that is that it's Rainbow coming into this fight late. Rainbow and Lightning Man almost play the same role in that they're the tank that arrives late to the fight, but you kind of want that Super Conqueror to be healthy toward the end of the fight. And that's exactly what you were saying. The fact that Rainbow at this point in time just has so much HP to work with, even if it ends up in a 2v1 against the VZ55 and the Bad Chat, yes, he's on the attack, so maybe he's not going to be able to chase both of them down, but just in terms of a straight-up fight, he's going to win it in that Super Conqueror. So that's the power of getting that tank into the fight at the right time, having it not be the tank that gets focused down early on in the piece either, and obviously Sentinels walk away with the victory against what looked like pretty difficult odds. I thought it was very nice. Again, and the thing I like about Sentinels is that they're always decisive in the decisions that they make. When they make that decision, they just go for it. Maybe it's not the right decision, maybe it is, but if you're all doing it, you're all committed to the same cause, you're going to at least get one or two tanks out of the picture, and then someone's going to kind of roll in for a big play, and that's kind of what Rainbow did, right? He rolls in late. The other four guys got there early on in the piece, but he cleans up nicely, so well done for Sentinels.
Certainly is. The Sentinels 2-0 up. We head to Himmelsdorf. Kevin Karathu, over to you. Talk to me about this game. What do the Panthers have to do?
Well, Panthers are going to have to win the brawl convincingly, in my mind, over here. Have to be really clean. And that's the problem sometimes, is that the Sentinels just a little bit too convincing in terms of the firepower, just understanding and how to juggle all this damage around. Comes down to trust, comes down to understanding what is the priority targets. So this time it is going to be Panthers on the attack starting things off, but there's still a lot of HP to play around for both sides over here.
Well, immediately, Sentinels just sort of gun it down the 1-2 line. They haven't spotted a whole lot out just yet, and it's unlikely that they are going to be able to spot a whole lot out. It's a very heavy lineup for Panthers, so they're going to have to hope that wherever they commit to is wherever they want to end up, because if they, choose the wrong side of the map or get stuck in a position, they're not going to be getting out of there very quickly at all. The same cannot be said, though, for Sentinels. They have the luxury of speed with the double 50B. Even the VZ55s, two of them, can get around relatively quickly. So, I guess Panthers are going to have to really just be confident in the push that they make. Otherwise, Sentinels will run rings around them this game.
I think the problem as well is I'm looking at this matchup at the moment. I'm going, when it does, you look at Himmelsdorf, it eventually revolves into a brawl, right? The question is whether or not there's going to be enough damage to get rid of a VZ, to stay sustained in the brawl, because once again the VZ55s are here, but I always am concerned about them they need to get the first shots off, get out like a 50B, then come back into the brawl and then kind of work things out. So I also want to quickly touch on Tundra. That game would have been a lot closer. I think Goober actually missed the first shot onto Soy Milk because his Bat Chat bumped into a high elevation and threw off his aim.
Happens. It actually happens more often than you'd think, to be honest, in a Bat Chat.
As a result, it hits the upper plate instead of the lower plate of the 277. Because you remember, Soy Milk actually bounced a shot. Now, the question is, if Goober was alive with 465 HP, that would have changed that fight completely. So I think definitely it was a much closer one for the second game of Tundra. You have to wave it off now as the Panthers and think about how to really convert this 2-0 if you are to make it into a tiebreaker. You'll be thanking your lucky stars a little bit if you're the Sentinels, because obviously it would have put Rainbow in a 1-on-2 clutch scenario. Man's done it before, though. Obviously, that's a new story, a different dimension and hypothesis as the push comes in. And I don't like this already. The E100 and the BZ55 are going to get absolutely clapped right now.
Yeah, Twit already losing a huge chunk of HP. He's not feeling too happy about that one. Pro Loser, at the very least, does manage to back him up. And I guess now we have to sort of look towards the Sentinels and that rotation that I spoke about. They are a faster lineup, but I'm not sure they're going to be fast enough to get there and help Soy Milk and Wymo out in time. The double 50B is going to have to be the difference maker, because Soy Milk and Wymo are doomed tanks at this point. Lightning Man has been spotted out, but the 50Bs have bigger fish to fry, it seems like. So far, to be honest, Panthers are taking a very long time to dispatch of these Sentinels tanks, perhaps even too long, as Wymo, he still survives. And the 50Bs get all of their shots off into Pro Loser. It's almost as good of a trade as you could have asked for Sentinels, to be honest with you. And Lightning Man, a little bit more focused on getting out of dodge than doing damage in his own 50B. He was being chased down by a VZ55, didn't want to eat too many more shells. Overall, I have to question, has Panthers done enough? They don't have the HP advantage, they've got the tank advantage, but they're going up against a double 50B setup, which really is the two tanks that have all the cards to play with on a map like this. In a situation like this, they can just dance around, they can blow a couple of tanks up, and Sentinels could very easily still run away with this game.
I think the problem is I think for the Panthers, on what do you do? Because if you decide to all back off, you really can't, because Rainbow's just keeping tabs on where Goober is, where Lightning Man is going to be. If JS pushes a bit too far, he gets deleted. There's not enough, I think, burst potential to get rid of one of these 50Bs. Yeah, Twit's going to go back and create some cap pressure, but once again, he's going to be out-rotated very, very easily. Oh man, this is a hard one to call at the moment, to be honest, because I think this is going to be really key to how well Lightning Man's going to be kept safe. And look at this rotation from Twit. I say rotation with the E100, it is a little bit slower, but yeah, they're going to try and figure out a way to dig out Rainbow. But the problem is, you try to dig out Rainbow, then Cindy comes in, and Speed maybe chips in with 2 shots, and this is the power of the VZ now. Because he's going to be in the position to put 2 in the side and stay alive for a little bit longer, that's when the damage really starts racking up a little bit further.
Yeah, Sentinels also on the defense, so they have the luxury of time on their side, and there's only 3 minutes left here for Panthers, remembering they have a very slow lineup, so it's going to be difficult for them to catch the Sentinels roster if Sentinels is just going to play ring around the rosy with them. This is what you're talking about, though. Speed. Oh, that's perfect. That's beautiful. That's exactly what you want to see out of your BZ55. Big chunk from JS right into Cindy. That must have been HG, and a penetration there for him as well.
That's the new intuition, and now the 50B is coming forward, just cleaning up on the BZ firstly, but JS coming forward, doing the rest of the work. Now you've got to figure out what to do over here. You've got to find one of these targets to avoid, and I think they're going to try to avoid the E3 for now. Speed, though, just trying to make sure that he's utilizing his HP. He doesn't mind taking a shot. He doesn't mind being the focus point, because you can see right now, it's like, well, Rainbow can run circles around them all day. All you need to do is Speed to stay alive, but he's been ammo racked. He doesn't have a repair kit.
But he's faster than the E3. He can get behind the E3.
Right,
he's using an enemy tank for cover at this point. I don't know that he's going to get the reload off to really do any more substantial damage right now, but it does at least give time for Rainbow to sort of work with. JS eventually spins around. 1:45 on the clock here, though, Kevin. JS and Twit are going to have to chase down Rainbow, who already is starting to run for the hills. I don't know that they get on a cap in time, by the way.
I don't think so as well either. You're an E3 as well as an E100, so you've got some speed to work with, and you've got time if you both jump onto the cap, but the question is, what route do you pick? And while Rainbow, he's pretty good at hiding. You think back to Season 1, you think about how many plays he makes. Look at this play that he's doing right now. He's going to get the reset. Like, this is so cheeky, because you're expecting Rainbow to be like, oh, he's going to try and cross over onto the hill. He's going to try and cut over there. He's like maximizing his...
Does he get the timing right? Risky. Yes, he gets the timing perfect. Look at that. Twit just about to round the corner, and then Rainbow does it as he comes around the corner. Oh, they're just... Are they on in time?
I think they are, but you're not going to expect Rainbow coming from this position. That's a problem. Like, Rainbow's got this really tight angle that he can use, so he's going to peer over it. They're going to both hide from the hill. Well, I can't see the time. I can't split my eyes apart far enough to see what's going to happen first.
I think that they are actually on the cap in time, by the way, because in World of Tanks there is that like half second to second after the timer hits 0 in game that the cap can still kind of go through. So I think Sentinels are okay.
All Rainbow needs to do over here is come in like the last 5 seconds. You can see that. He's just clearing out a couple of these angles right now. And then he's going to realize where the tanks are going to be sitting at. The fact that he's not going to spot anything. He's not going to be in proxy range for now. Then he comes into the last 5 seconds. E3 has to watch the other way. He's just going to get a single shot into the E100, and that's it. Doesn't matter if he tanks a shot. He just has to get a module shot at the end of the day and just stay alive, and that's it. Really well played by Rainbow to get the victory, and that's a series victory at the end of the day for the Sentinels.
It is, and it looked like they weren't going to get there. There were points in that battle, a number of points, where I was like, you know what, the Perth Panthers might have this. They came down the hill. They were in some pretty good position. They caught 2 tanks out. The autoloaders were on the other side of the map. It seemed easy peasy, Sentinels in the bin. But no, the Sentinels bring it back, and you got to be honest there, right, Kev? Rainbow playing that one pretty well in the end, and that's the experience that you're looking for in some of these individual plays, and you can play that 10 times and not get it right for some of us. But in the end, Rainbow coming through with the goods, a reset just at the last second. And the Sentinels pick up that defensive side victory.
Yeah, I mean, that's just... How do I say it? That just comes down to just understanding what you need to do. You can see he's not even bothering to aim for the lower, like to do damage. He understands all you need to do is module damage to get the reset on the cap. He waits until the final 4 seconds, like minimizing that risk. Even if the E3 was holding the same angle, even if the E100 was holding the same position, he won't go down there. So obviously a bitter pill to swallow for the Panthers, considering how close that one was. Great game coming out from JS as well in the E3. Lots of damage done, but unfortunately damage, as you can see, if it's done onto the tanks that can't escape, that's fine. But you got to do it to the ones that can escape, because the 50B is going to drive circles around both of them.
Yeah.
And it works out perfectly. Once again, though, like that risk coming out from Rainbow, the fact that he holds so close to Nana there, absolutely ballsy. You wouldn't normally see that, and he gets rewarded for it.
The crazy thing for me here, Jordan, and tell me where I'm wrong, but watching the start of that game, right, the Panthers managed to get all 5 of their tanks down into Banana, half over the top of the hill very slowly, and they're in such a massive advantage, but for some reason they're unable to make the most of it.
Yeah, I think that for me is the real takeaway. It actually did look like a good setup for Panthers. It really looked like they'd caught Sentinels off guard, but somehow Soy Milk and Wymo survived for so long that the 50Bs even still get into the fight before either of those tanks do drop. So I don't know what happened there for Panthers. I'd have to go back and really look at the replay. I think there was a bit of damage split between both of those tanks. There wasn't necessarily a focus fire called, but in that kind of a situation, what I want to see from Panthers is they have a 2-on-4 or a 2-on-5. They're going to have to blow a tank up before the reinforcements arrive, and they just didn't quite do that. You know, it ends up being quite close, but I think Rainbow every day of the week wins that clutch, you know. So pretty comfortable in the end as far as I'm concerned for Sentinels. And I think as soon as those 250Bs arrived in that fight, before tanks went down for Sentinels, I thought Sentinels wins this. And, obviously they are one of those teams that I think you can have a lot of faith in them quite easily, and they've managed to sort of prove us correct again.
Yeah. Congratulations, Kevin, by the way, for getting your first accurate prediction of the night. So finally out of the bin. And Elfish Guy and I are at least going to go 50-50 for the night. So, it's, it could be worse.
I don't know if 25%'s out of the bin just yet, by the way. I think I'm still firmly...
It's kind of in the bin. But look, anyway, it's been a rough night, that's for sure, for teams and for us alike with our predictions. So some surprising results. This one, I think, probably wasn't a surprising result, though. The Sentinels have been looking relatively good. Yeah, it hasn't been their best season so far, but they're doing what they need to do right now. They've got a victory on the board. They've got 3 points. We'll head back on to Himmelsdorf one more time. Soy Milk, Speed out. Monkey, Iron Guard in. Pro Loser, Lightning Man out. Phantom, Dastardly in. Jordan.
Yeah, a lot of changes. And I think that's as a result of this series now being more or less finished off, right? And it's a good opportunity for both teams to get the players in that don't get as much game time, give them the opportunity to have a bit of a crack and, get some games under their belt. So see how this one ends up going for Sentinels. JPZ E100 for Monkey, which is not something that we see all that often. In fact, I think this might be the first one of the season. And it might well also be the last, depending on how it goes.
Yeah, I mean, it's been a while since we've seen this tank, haven't we? It's like, Mom, do we have an E100 at home? Yeah, we already have an E100 at home. E100 at home? Yag Panther.
Yep.
But there's also another rule, right? Never peek against the Yag Panther. Never peek against it at the end of the day. It's still quite highly effective, but you can get it into a position that you can utilize it, so...
The thing is, it's not Panthers that's going to be peeking against it. Monkey's on the attack. He's actually going to have to peek into the Panthers. But I think there's a little bit of counter-strat at play here. They know that there's an E3 on the other side. He's gone up the hill. He's going to set himself up on the B0 corner and try to get some pens through.
Yeah, potentially so. VZ55, this is where you're going to be struggling as the AP rounds. I mean... You're going to have to try to aim for the lower plate. Good focus fire into Rainbow, but now out comes the Cindy in the cover from the rest of the mice that are coming forward. Phantom as well, just tucked into a corner, looking like it's going to be a couple of one-on-ones over here. Now the E100 is going to come around at the right time, where he's going to find the angle onto E3.
Oh, it's going to be a big one, I dare say. The E3, slow lumbering, but Monkey not even interested. He's just charging down the hill, looking to try and find any way to get into this fight. In fact, it might be the E3 to fire onto Monkey. Never mind, neither have fired a shot at one another. Ships in the night, and I think that's a fitting term for the size of those two tanks. But Monkey has arrived. Where's the shot going to go into? Oh, Phantom Sweep, ammo racked, deleted.
There's a 3,000 HP ammo rack. Oh my goodness.
Oh. Well, we might be seeing more. Might be seeing more of that tank in the future if that's how much it's going to go. You know, that is absolutely crazy. You could not ask for a better start to the campaign for Monkey. And Sentinels look like they might get the 4-0 tonight.
Goober's trying to run, has to hit the track shot. Again. He gets the track shot. Oh, he gets away in time. I don't know though. It's still just like that moment. The Death Star's coming at you at this stage. The E3 is still surviving from JS, however. So, I mean, it's a bit of a ring around the rosy right now. And Goober's coming out, I guess, better at this current point in time. He's trying to output some damage, and Wymo's going to go down. And here we go. Here comes the Gag Panther. There it is, the second kill. And Goober's going to be running once again, trying to get some shots in, but you're never going to be penning some of those, unfortunately, against a mouse. And now it's going to be a question of, can the Yag Panther get another shot? Tracking shot from Cindy. I don't know if Monkey's got enough in the reload. It doesn't look like he has, and it's just going to be, once again, rings around the rosy. Mouse is going to be there from Iron Guard. He's going to greet the 277 with another shot. Cindy's going to grab another one there.
Yeah, nowhere really for Goober to go. He is just getting farmed on the way out, and now Sentinels are just going to set themselves up on the cap and ensure that Goober has to come to them. Monkey's hit like 3.6 or 3.7k damage in 2 shots. I think you take that every day of the week. You take that in a 15 versus 15 battle, but in a 5-on-5, really not too shabby. So Goober, with 30 HP to play with, needs to get a lot of resets. Probably too many resets to make this one possible for him, unfortunately.
Yeah, good bleed damage, and Sentinels will complete the next 4-0 of tonight. Not that I don't think Goober can do it, but I think it's just a situation that's too far gone at that stage. So much time. And Sentinels, well, that was the most convincing, I feel like, out of all of them. And all it took was a Yag Panther.
Yeah, apparently that's the strat. Look, I'm not so sure, Kev, if it's going to be the strat from here on out, but it was great to see. And it really, you know, it joined the competition with a bang. You love to see it. What a blast. Anyway, the Skorpions 4-0 for the Skorpions. The Sentinels 4-0 for the night. A fantastic result from them. 3 points on the board. They needed to do it. Obviously, it was expected against the Perth Panthers, but Jordan, expectations have not necessarily been reality tonight.
No, definitely not. Well, I suppose in this last game of the evening they were. We definitely wanted to see a return to form for the Sentinels, and they have managed to achieve that in a pretty convincing fashion. Monkey, 2 shots fired. Well, 3 shots fired, 2 shots connected, 3.8k damage. Yeah, well, you know, even 3.9k. Let's just give him that as well. You can't be complaining too much about that. 2 kills, nice little addition to the side. A little bit of fun. Enjoyed that one. Really can't complain about it too much. But Sentinels, you know, I guess back in form. It is one thing to beat Panthers, though, and it's definitely another thing to beat some of the other teams that we've been seeing rolling around here in the ANZ Champs. So it's nice from Sentinels, but I think there is still quite a bit more to do in terms of rebuilding confidence in that championship team, right? I think we all still say, yes, they're definitely still the Sentinels. They're still a very good side, but are they the same Sentinels that we saw in Season 2, the same Sentinels we saw in Season 1? And maybe it is very similar to the one we saw in Season 2, where there was a bit of a dip in form during the regular season. But come playoffs, they came good. They won the season. They're obviously going for the back-to-back-to-back. And so far, it's fine. It's decent enough for Sentinels. I'm not too concerned. And, of course, they're making a decent run in for the playoffs now with a bit of a bungled week by the likes of Bulldogs and Archers, which gives room for Sentinels to catch back up.
Yeah, a good week for the Sentinels, a bad week for pretty much everyone else who was expected to win, and they did it in style. Look, the Panthers weren't the most difficult of opponents clearly tonight, Kev. I'll let you chat through this replay because there's a little bit of fun here.
I think this is the part everyone's waiting for, isn't it? Oh my god. Oh, that hurts. Just imagine you're Phantom, you're like, all right, I'm gonna at least be involved in this war for a little bit longer. This is, I finally get to play some tanks. Finally get to shoot some enemy gamers, and this happens to you. Yeah, you don't get to play tanks. You just get completely destroyed.
It's annoying when it happens in like a pub game, but I would anticipate that it's particularly frustrating for it to occur in ANZPL.
Oh, that's a tide changer. You look at the difference there. Like, you look at the HP and you look at the tanks that are there. It's the difference between actually having 3 tanks in the battle and actually having a semblance of a fight that you can still win versus, well, you've just lost 3,000 HP. You've lost a tank thanks to a bit of RNG and thanks to one shot. There is no way that you recover from that as a result. So, yeah, it is a bit unfortunate because it's not the case of like Phantom was already like a 500, 600 HP. He gets Amarak, that's pretty cool. He was full HP.
Mm-hmm.
That would have, like, you had to think how long that would have taken to dug him out, even with the rest of the guys focus firing. That's 20, 30 seconds. That allows them to get 2-3 more shots off. All of a sudden, that becomes a bit more of a different story. So at the end of the day, though, fireworks have reigned, and I always enjoy that.
Certainly do. The Sentinels grab the victory. We get a tick on the board for today, so not too bad. Kev gets 25%. Me and Jordan go okay, but overall our predictions were pretty bad this week. But certainly some interesting results today. Let's go and take a look at the recap of the games we saw today and some of these peculiar results that came through. The Matildas played the Archers. We all had, I think, the Archers down to win. To be fair, there was definitely a possibility that this was going to be a bit closer than maybe we gave it credit for, but the Matildas coming through with a 3-1 win. They look pretty good, and I think particularly it was, I think, on Cliff where the Matildas really were able to shine tonight as well. So a bit of a crazy game, that one, I think, as well, with both teams picking up an attacking side victory on Tundras. So certainly we started the night off a little bit oddly, and it only got crazier from there. The Conquerors, the team that was sitting at the bottom of the leaderboard, took on the Bulldogs, who were as yet undefeated, 3-1. The Bulldogs looked out of sorts. It wasn't what we were expecting. And the Conquerors, certainly it was the best Conquerors team we'd seen so far this season. So if they can do that to the Bulldogs, we're not saying maybe they can do it each and every week. But, if they give themselves a shot and can continue in this form, then maybe we'll see them up towards that top 4 towards the end of the season. Then it was the Action X and the Skorpions. Jordan and I had the Skorpions. Kev had the Action X. Kev was wrong. The Skorpions, 4-0, looking pretty good. And then the Sentinels, as we just saw, demolish the Panthers. Jordan, I would say like the first half of tonight, that was a pretty wild ride, to be honest.
Yeah, I mean, it was a bit of a crazy one. This is the most difficult to predict week of the season so far. The one thing that I will say about these results is that I don't want to fall into the same trap that we did about Adelaide Action X from last week to this week, and the same can be said sort of for Conquerors this time around, right? They've got a good win on the board, but it is just one win. So we need to see more from them on a more consistent basis before we start to get really, really excited. Action X, it looks like it's a bit of a flash in the pan kind of a performance, and they obviously need to step things back up once again.
Yeah, they're going to have to do something, but I do have to ask, what happened to the Bulldogs this week? I don't know. We'll wait to see next week what happens and whether they can bounce back from that. But Kev, it brings us through to our scoreboard, our ladder, and this is going to be a little bit peculiar. Obviously, some teams, oh my goodness, the South Sydney Skorpions, Kev, up on top of the scoreboard.
Can't complain about that. At the end of the day, they've been showing the goods the last couple of weeks, even though I've had absolutely zero faith in the Skorpions. Looks like I'm being proven wrong. I've put my faith in the wrong church in the Adelaide Action X earlier on, who are sitting a little bit lower down on the leaderboard. But this is, I mean, everyone's got points on the board now. I think that's a good thing, right, Ben?
Yeah.
No one's, this is going to be a little bit more exciting come towards the next 3 weeks. We're looking at playoffs where all of a sudden, just a single week, things can be upended. We thought the Bulldogs, I think all of us thought the Bulldogs would be pretty clear right now, maybe then the Sentinels, Skorpions, and Matildas jostling for the position in between. But that's completely changed. All of a sudden, it's really just a 4-man or even a 5-man race in terms of for the top position right now.
Yeah, those top teams are all relatively close together. The Bulldogs and the Sentinels in second and third, the Archers fourth, Matildas, Action X, Conquerors, and Panthers rolling through. But Jordan, JT is going to be onto us now because Scorpions sitting up there on top, and the only team with 3 normal wins, and that's the kicker, right? Even they had a pretty average day against the Bulldogs when they did play, and they did say obviously it wasn't a great week for them. To have those three-point victories and to be sitting on 9 points, it's a lovely place to be.
Certainly is, but it isn't really that far ahead of the rest of the pack. You know, Bulldogs, Sentinels both have 8 points, and both are still teams that could potentially trouble Skorpions later on down the track. Archers is pretty close by. Matildas, you know, the difference between them is only one game as well. So Skorpions, they do have the lead at the moment, but that doesn't necessarily mean they're going to have it for the entire season. They've done well to start things off, but they also need to finish well. And then obviously come playoffs, they need to perform well on the day in those matches too. So I don't think it's a foregone conclusion just yet for any teams. It seems like Sentinels is slowly but surely building into the season again. And so I think they're a pretty scary prospect still.
Yeah, certainly for sure. So we are now over halfway through our regular season. Let's go and take a look at our week 5 matches because it's certainly getting down to the nitty-gritty here. We're going to start that one off with the Conquerors up against the Matildas after what we saw tonight. Look, I'm not going to say I think one team or the other is going to come out with the win here, but to be fair, I think either team has the capability clearly based on what we saw tonight. The Action X up against the Archers, the Sentinels up against the Skorpions, and then the Panthers up against the Bulldogs. Kev, a couple of banger matches next week.
Absolutely. I mean, this is still the case of, I don't even think we can count any of the teams out at this stage from what we saw earlier on, but we're going to have to see more. We're going to have to see that substance, so to speak. We're going to have to see that depth come in towards the latter halves of this season now because, well, it is past halfway point, isn't it, Ben? So it's going to really have to be to that stage of, all right, it's past half point. You should be pretty well drilled on what's going on now. Now's a micro adaptation to get the series victories.
I'm looking at these, Jordan. Have you got a key game for next week? I'm actually quite excited for the Sydney v Sydney Sentinels v Skorpions matchup.
Yeah, I was going to say, I think that's pretty low-hanging fruit when you've got North Sydney Sentinels versus South Sydney Skorpions playing against one another.
The derby right there, right?
That's the big one, yeah. That's the big one.
Yeah, it's going to be pretty close, I think. And based on what we saw this week, obviously we now know anything is possible. All of these teams on their day are capable of a victory. And as we get ever close to the end of the season, the end of the regular season, should I say, they're getting more and more important. So I'm very keen to see what we've got in store for next week. And I don't know, Kev, if I had to pick my top 4 right now, not that our predictions were great so far tonight, I'm not sure that I could accurately predict top 4 at this point.
I definitely can't, that's for sure. I mean, I can't even predict the victors of more than 50% of the matches, so don't ask me, Ben. I think you have to defer to yourself and Elfish Guy a little bit more over here. It's definitely going to be an interesting one, that's for sure.
All right, guys. So that's it's week 4 of ANZPL done and dusted. We're going to start to tie things up for week 4 here. But before we close this show out, obviously, Vondel, our Ouija, our community man, the guy on the ground, loving the tanks and loving the community. This is his last week at Wargaming, his last week as community manager, and you can see him there as a potato on the screen, the potato that we all know he is. It's a bit sad, isn't it? You know, I've loved working with Vondel, and I know the community's loved working with him as well. And Jordan, I just want to give you guys a chance to tell Vondel how much you love him. This is your last opportunity before you see him again on Discord.
Well, I tell you what, I did say if Vondel managed to revive World of Tanks esports in this region, I would bake him some sausage rolls. So it's been almost 2 years since I said that. I still haven't baked him any sausage rolls. That, I think, goes to show exactly how much I love him. So, yeah, it's probably a bit of a letdown from me, unfortunately.
I think you owe him something. Maybe when lockdown's over, you can bake him some sausage rolls. Kev, I know, we all love tanks, but I think of everyone here, you are the biggest tank fanboy that there is here on the cast desk. What do you want to say to the real Von Dog on his last week?
Thanks for everything. I think just the testimony to the fact that the community is gathered together around this, I think is going to always be a pinnacle of his work and his legacy, obviously, alongside with the rest of the Ouija team. And that's going to be something that's staying its mark. This is been fantastic for not only the tanks community, but overall for the esports community, obviously, has been part of it. So I don't think that really we can say is thanks for that. I think that game where you just drove in and died doing 0 damage, that will always stay in my memory forever, Bondle.
You've given us the gift of tanks, and to repay you, Vondel, I wrote an essay that I was going to read on the broadcast, but production said that I'm not allowed to, even though it would be good for the drops, because I think we must be pretty close, but we're not yet there for drop number 4. So instead, I wrote a song. Okay, so Jordan and Kev, I need you guys to help me with this song. I need you to fill in the blanks for me, right? So with the first 2 lines, when I finish, you need to say "Aye, aye, Sandman," and then after the other lines, you need to sing "Vondel, Vondel." Okay, so you ready?
I think
Ready.
so. Maybe not, but I think so.
All right, let's go. Let's give it. Are you ready, kids?
Aye, aye, Sandman.
Aye, Sandman.
I can't hear you.
Aye, aye, Sandman.
Oh, who likes to play tanks and his name starts with V?
Vondel, Vondel.
He has a cool girlfriend who's taller than he.
Vondel, Vondel.
He helps all the tankers in the ANZ community.
Vondel, Vondel.
We'll all really miss him. Now he's no longer WG.
Vondel, Vondel.
Ready? Vondel, 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 Vondel. Then you go.
Vondel, Vondel.
All right, that is it from us, Vondel. We love you. The guys have put together a little bit of a homage to you to show how much we appreciate what you've done for the community. Enjoy whatever you're up to. We've got no idea, but we're sure that you'll absolutely smash it. Enjoy this Vondel love song and video that production has put together. We'll see you next week. Until then, enjoy. Good night.
I'll be streaming too. I'll probably be playing tanks. Who knows? So thank you everyone for coming. Hope you have a terrific time. Are any of the CCs live at the moment? Let's have a quick little...